It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Sweet 16 preview is about to be held here in the one and only Long Island, New York. The Giants sign Russell Wilson. Oh, my God. What are the Giants doing? And LeBron James takes shot at Stephen A. Smith. Not surprising at all on the Pat McAfee Show. And much, much more on a new show of Joba in the Mouth. If the Mets are going to give him a significant amount, they're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the nation's coming from my eyes. Let it go.
Opening day is in the books for the New York Yankees as they knock off the Milwaukee Brewers 4-2, as Devin Williams had a little bit of a scare, but he got his first save for the New York Yankees. This is Joba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Joba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth every single Mondays Mondays and Thursdays now for the next couple of months at 7:30. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I want to say something, and I want to give a shout out to all the fans that have been reaching out to me and saying to me, is there a show tonight? This was yesterday. And I'm like, no, we moved our show to Thursday, at least for the next couple of months, because Fish is at a new job and he's working with some kids. So it's going to take a couple of months before school is over. So we moved the show to Thursday. So everybody was like, oh my God, I was looking forward to the whole Russell Wilson take. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get a chance to hear it tonight. I promise you. It's must listen to. I have it all set up for you guys. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it a little bit later in the show. But it's been crazy. I went to the gym. I am aching for the last back-to-back days. I worked out chest yesterday, and today I worked out a little shoulders, a little biceps, and a little back. And I will tell you, I am absolutely aching. It's nothing like it used to be when I was in my 20s. But hey, listen, I'm out at the gym. I'm doing my 3,000 push-ups every single week, and I'm definitely getting it in. So I'm trying to stay young. It's not that easy, ladies and gentlemen. When you hit the 4-0, you'll know what I'm talking about. Job is not there. Fish is not there yet, and we know Speedy has like 10 years until that happens. So by then, I'll be ancient. But nevertheless, Joba, how are you?
On mute.
Yeah, you are definitely mute.
What? No.
On the
Sorry,
show.
I'm. There's so much going on. I got basketball, I got baseball right now, and then show. I'm trying to get all the screens lined up.
You sound sick.
I just woke up from a nap.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah,
you know what?
Devin Williams put him to sleep.
Devin Williams almost put me to bed. Okay,
I should say I just got out of bed. I was watching the games in bed and dozed off here and there, but yeah, that's gonna be probably what Devin Williams. There's actually been the early games have actually been really, really good.
How do you nap? I cannot nap during the day. I can't even go to
I was
sleep
gonna
and
say, you
nap.
can't sleep normally, so you might be the exception to the rule.
I have to go to bed at like 2:30, 3 o'clock to even get some sleep. It's horrible how I feel. And everybody says, how do you have so much energy? You go to work, you go to the gym, and then you're doing a 4.5 or 4 hour show or 3.5 hour show. And then you're up, and you're getting ready for the next stuff that you have to do tomorrow. This weekend, I have a bunch of parties that I'm going to be DJing and emceeing. So people don't understand how I have so much energy. So it is kind of weird. Every single day, I'm wondering, well, maybe I need a little bit of, Red Bull, or maybe I need some energy pills or caffeine, even though I'm not allowed to take caffeine. My doctor says it's not good for you. So I try to stick to the rotation here, but rotations don't usually work in my categories when it comes to my energy and my frustration to life with, all the crazy stuff that I do.
Yeah. I'm weird though, like that too, where it'll be like, I'll go 34 hours and not sleep just because like I'm not tired.
34 hours? I don't know about that. There are days and weeks that I could go for 24 hours and practically have no sleep, like an hour of sleep. But 38 hours, I think I've done it before. I think almost 3 days I barely slept, but it's very rare, and it definitely wears your body out, and you feel like a ton of bricks hit you after you get up the next day. So
I know but you sleep good.
I don't even know, because I don't sleep more than 5 hours, even if I stay up for 36, 37 hours. I don't sleep. So it's just my body. It just tells me, okay, you got your 5 hours, get up. That's what it tells me. I don't even need an alarm. It tells me to get up. And it's a horrible, horrible feeling when you wake up in the morning and you're getting forced up. But when you're not getting forced up, your body's just so used to getting up at that time. On the weekends, you're still getting up at that time. It's a horrible feeling in the middle of the week when you have to get up. And then on the weekend, when you can sleep in, you don't get a chance to do that because your body's telling you, oh, I got to get up at 6 in the morning. I get up and, I eat my lunch, my breakfast. I do my workouts at home or whatever. I walk outside or run outside, and then I'm off to my day. It's a horrible feeling when you can't really get any sleep during the week and even on the weekend. So I'm not trying to hurt anybody or upset anybody on the show, but it's definitely horrible. I want to give a shout out, by the way, to 495 Elite. We were at the Combine over, what was it, Tuesday, Speedy?
Tuesday, yeah.
It was Tuesday. It was fantastic. Thank you to Ben Carey. Congratulations, by the way, to Gerald Filardi for getting the New York Dragons coaching job, pro coaching job. It was just announced. It was all over Newsday. It was all over the newspapers. He's a good friend. He's been on our network before. He played for Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then obviously played for Penn State, and two-time champion, national champion over there with Patino. So congratulations to Gerald Filardi. Very much deserved. All the things that he does for these kids at 495 and all these young Long Island kids that are trying to get D1 scholarships, D2 scholarships. How many kids have him and Ben helped over the last couple of years get college scholarships? It's an amazing story. And by the way, we actually interviewed a 15-year-old that he just went to Syracuse and signed his letter of intent. And he's 15 years old, and he's not even done. He hasn't even gone through high school, and he already has a Division I scholarship. It is a crazy, crazy thing. All these kids are getting offered so many different opportunities. Preston Carey right now, a good friend of the show and a good friend of mine. He's like one of the best recruits Long Island's ever had. He's got like 35 offers, Division I offers, all the SEC teams, all the Big 12 teams. I mean, pretty much, I'm not going to throw anybody. I'm not going to tell you. If you know Preston Carey, you know that this guy is going to go. He's going to have his pick where he wants to go. And he has a very good chance to being something special and an NFL player. So congratulations to Preston. He will actually announce in June where he is going. And he's only like 16 or 17 years old. So this kid, and he's like, guys, he's like 6'6" and 280 pounds. He's benching like 400. And the kid was benching 400 when he was like 15 years old. he's an incredible specimen, and he's such a good dude. All those kids are really good. I mean, he goes to IMG, so congratulations to Preston Carey. Congratulations to what Ben Carey and 495 and Gerald Filardi, everything that they're doing here in Long Island. It really puts us center stage when it comes to football and sports. I'm so excited to see where some of these kids are going to be going in the near future. So I'm so happy to be a part of their growth. So I'm going to give them a golf clap for that. Thank you to 495 Elite for inviting us and being the voices of their product, which Speedy's been the play-by-play guy for the last 5 years, and I've been the color guy and the crazy guy as every kid comes up to me and says, "You're the crazy one on that show." Yeah. That's me.
Don't worry, Fish. We made sure to not tell the Syracuse recruit about what the coach does or doesn't do after the game.
That's true. By the way,
you'd be surprised how many of these kids now that are literally like committing like in 8th grade. We had I think 3 that played with Carter that committed all. And mind you, none of them stayed committed to that. One actually got drafted, and the other 2 they switched school, but they literally in 8th grade. And then another one, the kid that got drafted, he got drafted by the Padres. His younger brother, there's 2 of them, his younger brother, Bryce, actually committed, I mean, it's all baseball, obviously, in 7th grade, I believe. So, yeah, it's not like it's going to stick, but, like, they're literally getting to them early, like, getting in their ear just because of,
it
the exposure.
It guarantees you a college scholarship. So even if nothing happens in the next 3 or 4 years, that guarantees you a college Division I scholarship. So no matter what this kid does for the next 3 or 4 years, he could be horrible. He already has the opportunity to go and play for Syracuse and get a full ride, a full 4 years to graduate and get a good scholarship. So it's great. It's a great story. It's great for what all these college kids are getting. And now with the NIL deals and all the opportunities these kids have to make money, it's a great story, especially a kid like that who came from nothing. Mr. Crumb, I call him Mr. Crumb, that's his last name, who came from nothing. And his mother has been, pushing him and supporting him. It's a crazy, crazy story. And I love the kid. The kid was fantastic, a great interview. So, and we're going to be posting it up all over our social medias. So you can go check out Long Island Elite, all the things that Ben Carey and Gerald Filardi has done over here in Long Island, New York. At 9:00, we'll be talking to on Patterson 76. I don't know why you put that, Speedy. This company. I don't care. 76ers and NBA analyst Austin Krell. I don't know why you put Patterson. You don't even have to put that. He can announce what he works for and what he created. And I got news for Mr. Austin Krell. When he comes on this show, I am going to drop the hammer on Mr. Krell with his 76ers crap. Joel Embiid. And by the way, Paul George, where is he? Oh, I'm sorry. His season is over. So I don't want to hear about the 76ers, but he will be on a little bit later in the show.
Joba, he's also a big enthusiast of Errol's favorite basketball player, Steph Curry, as well.
Yes, he is.
Perfect.
It'll be an absolute argument. Trust me. The Sweet 16 tips off tonight with BYU, which is on right now, versus Alabama. 2 top 10 offenses as far as offensive efficiency and three-point shooting in the nation. The second game tonight is Maryland and Florida, 2 teams that are with tight wins in the round 32. So that's going to be fun. Maryland won a buzzer beater versus number 12 Colorado State, and Florida edged UConn, as we all know, by 2 points in that forsaken game. As we all know, Danny Hurley thought it was a forsaken game. Number 4 Arizona will face off against Duke in a battle of 2 top 10 scorers in the tournament. Caleb Love for Arizona and Tyrese Proctor from the Duke Blue Devils. Number 10 Arkansas will face number 3 Texas Tech, and Arkansas is expected to get their leading scorer, Atiro, right? Returning with his knee injury. The first game tomorrow is number 6 Ole Miss versus Michigan State. Number 2, Ole Miss has shot a tournament high 48.8% from 3, while Michigan State has had the best perimeter defense, allowing only just 27.2% from 3. Two SEC rivals will face off tomorrow. Kentucky, number 3, Kentucky, and number 2, Tennessee. Tennessee has allowed the lowest shooting percentage in the country, but Kentucky shot over 50% versus them in both their regular season matchups. Number 5, Michigan will face number 1, Auburn, in a battle of 2 of the tallest front courts in all of the nation with Vlad Golden and Danny Wolf from Michigan, and how do you pronounce that? Janai Broom and Mr. Dylan Caldwell for Auburn. Number 4, Purdue faces off number 1, Houston, in the final matchup. Purdue is 12th in the nation in assists per game, while Houston has the number 1 defense in the country, only allowing 58.4 points per game. Oh, my God, there's a lot to get into and assess. And by the way, everybody knows I'm a Duke Blue Devil fan, and that's going to be at like 9:30 tonight. So my eyes will be locked in for the Duke Blue Devils as they face off against Arizona. And we will get into that. But tonight, BYU right now and Alabama. Alabama right now is, I think it's your tournament winner.
That's right.
That's your tournament winner.
That still doesn't know how to guard the perimeter.
No, but they're up 38-32 against a BYU team that's been very good offensively throughout this tournament. They've given people so much problems on the perimeter. But I will say this. Alabama has been a team all season long that finds ways to win. And they're a great offensive team. They also play pretty good defense. And that's why I think you love them so much, Speedy. Mm-hmm. Alabama has been sensational throughout the season. So I expect Alabama to pull out this win. But again, BYU has been they're like ants, okay? They feed off of teams that make mistakes. And BYU, we all know what happened against Wisconsin. They completely took Wisconsin out early in the game. Right now, Alabama has the lead, and BYU is playing catch-up. If BYU wants to win, they're going to have to get the lead, and they're going to have to make Alabama catch up to them. But this is going to be a fun game. I expect this game to go all the way down to the wire. I do believe BYU in the second half of this game is going to pour it on, and Alabama's going to have to try to stop that unbelievable offense that we have seen throughout this tournament. As far as the Florida game in Maryland, this is the game that could be very interesting. Maryland is a team that a lot of people have, some people have, going to the Final Four. They're sensational offensively, and they can do so many things on the defensive side of the ball, especially a very good rebounding team. I look at Florida. Florida has had problems in this tournament. You saw against UConn. UConn has figured them out. All season long, Florida has been a high-flying offense. They play good defense. Well, they couldn't do that against UConn, a team that's won 2 back-to-back national championships. We all know what Danny Hurley said after the game, even though he doesn't want to give Florida props. But all in all, Florida did not play their best game in the tournament against UConn. If they go into this game against Maryland and fall behind against Maryland, I don't know if it's going to be that easy to come back. I do believe Maryland is going to put pressure on Florida, especially their guard play. Florida's strength all season long has been their guard play. They have one of the best guards in the country, as we all know. And this is a team that is going to really rely on their guard play against a Maryland team for years have had always good guard play. So this is going to be a battle of 2 teams that have a tremendous amount of offense, but also can do so many things on the defensive side of the ball. Arizona and Duke. Arizona right now, as good as they've been all season, they've been up and down. Duke is the best team in this tournament. Duke has never gone. The game has never been so close until like the first 5 minutes of the game is the closest for Duke in this tournament. After the first 5 minutes of the game, Duke pulls away and nobody can catch up to them. Arizona's going to have to keep this game close. They're going to have to get an early lead, and they're going to have to put Cooper Flagg in foul trouble. If Cooper Flagg is not in foul trouble, and there are other 2 top scorers in Proctor, and then I'm sorry, the other one, Knuppel. I always mess up his name. Knuppel is one of the more underrated offensive players right now in the nation. If Knuppel actually plays well in this game, I think it's going to be hard for Arizona to play catch up with this Duke Blue Devil team. Cooper Flagg had problems in the last game. He got an early foul trouble. He had 2 early fouls in the first quarter. if they want to be in this game, they got to put Cooper Flagg on the bench. If Cooper Flagg plays a certain amount of minutes in this game, they're going to have problems against a Duke Blue Devil team that's just so much better than they are. They're a better rebounding team, they're a better offensive team, and they're a way better defensive team. One of the more underrated, and I'll say underrated defensive teams, because in this tournament, their defense has been up and down all season long. In this tournament, they've been a shutdown defensive team. And I expect them to put a lot of pressure on Arizona on the perimeter and make them get inside and try to beat them inside. It's very hard to beat the Duke Blue Devils inside because of the size and the ability and the athletic ability that they have. This is going to be a fun game because if Arizona could get the lead and Duke has to chase them, Duke has never really been in that situation over the last 3 weeks of college basketball. If Duke has to chase Arizona, they might have a problem in that game. Arkansas and Texas Tech, well, Arkansas shouldn't be here. We all know Arkansas shouldn't be here, but they have John Calipari as their head coach. They're big and they're athletic. And we have seen teams like this go all the way to the Final Four. Now, Arkansas has been the biggest surprise out of all the teams going into the Sweet 16. But they're playing a Texas Tech team that all around is one of the better teams in this tournament. They're good defensively. They're good offensively. They have really good guard play. And again, good guard play as you go further into the tournament benefits these high-flying teams. Texas Tech is a high-flying team that can do many different things offensively and defensively throughout the season. We've seen Texas Tech speedy. You have them going to the Final Four and going in, I think, into the championship game.
Yeah, spoiling the Iron Bowl final that West has with Alabama and Auburn.
I expect Arkansas getting their lead offensive player in this game. I do. So if Duke comes back, it might be a lot closer than people think. I just think that Texas Tech is the better team, and Texas Tech is going to have to put pressure on these bigs and put them in foul trouble if they want to win this game. Arkansas has nothing to lose right now. They shouldn't even be here. They know they shouldn't be here. This is John Calipari's first year as the head coach of Arkansas, and as far as they've gotten in the Sweet 16, they were really not good all season long until the last 3 weeks of the season. They've been sensational, and this is why John Calipari is one of the more talented coaches in college basketball. Ole Miss and Michigan State, I expect Tom Izzo. I expect him to move forward to the Elite Eight. Tom Izzo is a winning coach. He knows how to win big games. Ole Miss is a surprise. They are a surprise. They've been sensational all season long. And again, they're not known. Ole Miss is not known for their basketball. They're known for their football. But they have been very well coached all season long, and they've done so many great things this year. And I got to give a lot of credit to their offensive game. Like we were just saying, they're shooting a tournament high at 48.8% at three. If they do that in this game, they could put Michigan State in a lot of trouble. Michigan State, who is very good perimeterly defensively, has had problems stopping three-point shooting teams. So this is a kind of a matchup that could really change the tournament if somehow Ole Miss knocks off Michigan State. And then obviously Kentucky and Tennessee. I did not expect Kentucky to be where they are right now. I did not. I don't know where I had them in my...
You had them losing last round to Illinois.
Yeah, so I didn't expect them to be where they are right now. They've gone further than I thought. But that has a lot to do with their coaching. And it's surprising. Calipari leaves. They bring in a new coach. And this has been a great year for them. They've played very well all season. They have a very good recruiting class. They have two guys that are probably going to the NBA after this year. I mean, Kentucky has been so fun to watch in this tournament. I've been shocked. I mean, remember, when you lose a top coach like John Calipari, do you really think that going into this year's tournament, even though ranked at the number 3, that they were going to go far? I thought there was a lot of pressure on Kentucky this year. But this has been a great run for them. They're going to bump into a wall right now. Tennessee is one of the best teams in this tournament. A lot of people thought they could have been a number 1 ranking team in this tournament. Mm-hmm. If the last week and a half that it didn't go the way it went, I think Tennessee is a number 1 seed. So Tennessee has been unbelievable. They've made it look very, very easy in this tournament, and they might make this game look very, very easy. I still have Tennessee in this game, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kentucky pulls this one out. This is what's so fun. Sweet 16 is always the time where you'll see a team just surprise people. Arkansas is a team that could surprise you, and Kentucky is another one. And then Michigan and Auburn. I did not believe Michigan would make the Sweet 16. I did not. As a matter of fact, I'm shocked that Michigan is where they are. And I don't remember who it was that told me Michigan was going to be here. If I'm not mistaken, it was Chaz or somebody else telling me that Michigan. No, it was Owen, that he thought it was Michigan and Michigan State. That he thought that.
I think Chaz had that too, though. I'm pretty sure.
So
At one point, they thought about firing John Howard.
Yes. Well, that's a whole nother story.
Right.
But Auburn is a team that a lot of people think, and including yours truly, should be in the finals. I expect them to be matched up against Duke, but they have not looked good in this tournament. I'm just sorry. I'm speaking the truth. The last round in the round of 32, they did not look good. And if Auburn plays that kind of game against Michigan, this could be a knockout round for Auburn. They have to play better. They have a great coach who's always falling flat on his face when it comes down to the big game. They need to go into this game and drop the hammer on Michigan. If they don't do that early and they keep Michigan in this game, this could be a run that we wouldn't have never expected Auburn to be knocked out in the Sweet 16. And then Purdue and Houston. I expect Houston to go to the Final Four against Duke, but we have seen this many times. Didn't Purdue knock out Houston last year?
No,
that was Duke.
No, Duke knocked out Houston.
Duke, that's
53 to 49 game.
That's right. This is a game where Purdue has a tremendous amount of size, but Houston is the number one defense in all of the nation. I think, and I'll say this, if Purdue uses their size against Houston, I think they could beat Houston. Houston has had problems all season long against bigger teams, even though they've had a tremendous record and they've played tremendously all season long. The bigger the team, the harder the team they've had problems against. I expect this game to be very, very close. This is probably the best game on the list of games we just mentioned, Purdue and Houston. I think this is very evenly matched, and a lot of people think Houston could be knocked out in this round. I think Houston, this is the first time I could see Houston going to the Final Four in a long time. I don't even remember the last time they were. So I think this is the year that they break through. But this could be a really, really hard game against a coach that knows how to win, got his team all the way to the Final Four and the championship game. Came, obviously cut short, but all in all, this is a great coach team.
What's interesting is this is actually Purdue's worst defensive team in a long time, too, but they've really played well in the tournament so far. And if Houston didn't rely on so much offensive rebounding when they played Gonzaga last week, they don't win that game because Gonzaga was shooting threes. They were shooting free throws very well, and Houston was struggling for a lot of that. In Purdue, they're always known for their big men, like you were saying, rebounding-wise. So they're definitely going to make that interesting. And if Kentucky and Tennessee goes into the way of Tennessee, like you were saying, you were talking about Houston and Tennessee, two very similar teams down the road. But Kentucky's offensive prowess is very interesting. They're much more of a guard-oriented team. It's funny, you mentioned the coaches, all the coaches leaving. It worked for all three teams. Arkansas is in the Sweet 16 with Calipari. Kentucky's with their new coach, which was formerly BYU coach, and now BYU's here with a new coach who was a Suns assistant last year. So it's a circle of life that worked for both teams very well. But
it's the circle of life.
But Kentucky has been.
I'm not singing tonight.
No,
I'm not doing it.
But Kentucky has been the one team that's been able to expose them on a consistent basis, which should make an interesting matchup. And it's interesting too with Michigan State and Ole Miss too. Ole Miss is coached by Chris Beard, who used to be the Texas Tech coach, who beat Michigan State in the Final Four. And Michigan State has to rely on a lot of their free throw shooting because they're not a good three-point shooting team. And Ole Miss does not foul a lot. That's another matchup to watch.
But how many good three-point shooting teams are right now in this tournament? I mean, maybe three out of all the teams are great three-point shooting teams right now. Yeah. I was looking at the list. It's not many.
Now, you're right. The Auburn-Michigan game, like you were talking about, relied on the
last year, there was like all of them were good three-point shooting teams except Purdue. I mean, every other team was a great three-point shooting team. Yep. This year, it's not like that.
Yeah, because like you were talking about before, Auburn and Michigan have to rely a lot on their bigs. Auburn can shoot threes, but it's not what they're known for. Michigan, the reason I wasn't crazy about them either is they weren't that great three-point shooting team. But Dusty May's got that magic going. Like Reno Johnny was mentioning in our betting chat, FAU to the Final Four 2 years ago, and they're bringing a lot of that same vibes. And Bruce Pearl's had his random tournament duds too, as has Houston. So that's definitely going to create an interesting matchup there, where I don't think it's going to be very easy for Janai Broome inside, who's been the best player in the SEC all year, but that's going to make it very hard. And Arizona and Duke, I think that one probably has more potential for a blowout because Arizona's guards, are they going to be able to shoot that same way?
Every time you say it's a blowout, it never happens. It never happens. Never happens.
Well, okay, but I think just because Arizona, like you were saying, is an up and down defensive team, they're better than they were last year, but they still are not great overall. And Duke has not played a bad quarter yet. You're right. I'm curious if once they get battle tested, if that's going to be a problem because they haven't been in a while. And the same problem with Florida.
We're talking about this tournament, Coach Fish over there. I understand they're 39.84%, but they're not in this tournament. They have not been a good 3-point shooting team in this tournament. But guys, Fish.
Yeah,
I mean, Speedy.
I was going to say also Duke. It'll be interesting to see because they're a younger team if they end up getting battle tested down the road and testing out your favorite coach, Coach Shire, if he could actually coach. And I have the same issue with Florida, and I think Florida did get exposed a little bit by a better coach. They had no half-court offense in the first half against UConn. If Maryland can take that away, which they did in the second half against Colorado State, that can make a very interesting matchup as well. I had Maryland winning that game and advancing to the Sweet 16 against Texas Tech. And they are a very good team, a deep, well-rounded, balanced team that definitely could be. I almost put in the Final Four instead of Texas Tech, and they're going to be very good as well. And then this BYU-Alabama game, pretty much everything we expected so far. The over-under was 180 for a reason, and Alabama already is 50 points. BYU is 38, so definitely
Also,
crazy.
Fish is telling us no one else is in the top 50. Maryland's 27th, Kentucky 28th, Purdue number 11, Duke number 16, and then obviously the one and only Houston has been the number 1 3-point shooting team in the country. So, like I said, there's not many good 3-point shooting teams in this tournament. And honestly, in this tournament, throughout this tournament, who's been the best 3-point shooting team? Ole Miss? I think Ole Miss has been the best 3-point shooting team in this tournament.
They shot 57%.
It's crazy. It's crazy. So that's why I think this tournament could be a lot closer than people think, because it's not going to be a 3-point shooting contest as we see in the NBA every single year.
So the upsets I think that could be potentially would be interesting. Like I said, Maryland over Florida. I think Ole Miss can for that reason. If they keep Michigan State off the free throw line, could make it interesting. And then Michigan against Auburn. Michigan getting to this point now, you have to believe in them a little more. And Auburn does have these weird random duds with Bruce Pearl. They lost last year against Yale, for all teams, when I had them in the Final Four.
We know all about Yale.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think there's a lot of different parity than we've seen in March Madness in the past, where, like you said, Errol, last year it was like everybody shot the ball well. Now you got big men, you've got not the best shooting, you've got great defenses, you've got athletes. I think overall there's not one. Obviously, there's a couple teams that we obviously didn't expect, but that's why it's called March Madness for a reason. And
it's almost so chalky, you didn't expect it to be this chalky either.
Right. Yeah, you're like, okay, they shot okay, but not in this tournament. Okay, they played defense, but the transition defense is terrible. Like, so there's been a lot of things that have happened. And, just watching the games and doing it, it's just, I think it's going to come down. I think it is going to be more of a defensive situation. Obviously, Alabama's already hung up a 50 spot and first half isn't even over yet. But I think it's just, it's fun to see because I always don't like to see boat races. I like to see good defense. I like to see big men going to work. I like to see, a half-court defense. I love to see a transition defense. And, there are so many teams in that's left. And like you said, the coaching is huge right now with guys that have been here, that understand it, that know how to win.
I would have liked to see Danny Hurley and Rick Pitino and then obviously John Calipari. I would have liked it because it sucks because the way the bracket fell, you saw Calipari versus Pitino in the last round. I wanted to see it in the Elite Eight. I wanted to see, obviously, the Big East make it to the Elite Eight. We had UConn, Danny Hurley versus Pitino. But St. John's just laid up a lousy goose egg. And it really makes me sick because St. John's had a sensational year. And I love Rick Pitino. And I know Rick Pitino will figure things out in the offseason and bring better shooters because they had no shooting throughout the season. And that was the problem with St. John's. And that's a problem with a lot of these teams. They're very athletically built. But that's why I think these games are going to be very, very close because there's no one team that's just outstandingly offensively sound as we've seen over the last couple of years. I think a lot of these teams are better defensively than they are offensively. So I expect these to be athletic games, and I don't think they're going to be high-scoring games. Duke might be. They could be a blowout, like Speedy said, because obviously the way Duke is playing, they're just blowing everybody out. But usually when that happens, they're a lot closer than you usually.
Or they'll steam out the next round and score too many points.
Yeah, so I expect these games to be very, very close. Look at this game. Right now, BYU is falling behind Alabama, but BYU is a second-half team. In this tournament, they obviously Wisconsin, they were just kicking the you-know-what out of Wisconsin early in the game, and then it was a battle of, high-scoring spots.
Yeah, then they start to get too complacent, I think.
And because BYU is not a good defensive team.
No.
They're an offensive team. No. So Alabama plays two-dimensional basketball, and that's why this is bad news for BYU, because if Alabama takes like a 15, 16-point lead, what are they going to do? They're going to play shutdown defense, and they're going to make BYU chase and chuck up threes, which they don't feel comfortable doing. So I think that's why it benefits Alabama to pull away the way they are. And Alabama is very well coached, one of the better coaches right now in the nation, doesn't get enough credit for what he's done with Alabama over the last couple of years. So I just think it's fun. This is the best time when it comes to college basketball. The Sweet 16, these are the games that we're going to see champions get built. And if Texas Tech expects to go to your Final Four, Speedy, this is the game that they have to prove. And Maryland, Maryland's going to be a fun game too. I expect Maryland to be challenged and tested. It's going to be fun. I love this time of year when it comes to the Sweet 16. So I think it's the best part of the bracket, the Sweet 16. So it's going to be fun. I really do think it's going to be really, really fun to watch and see how some of these teams are going to fall into place. Speaking of falling into place, Adam Schefter reports that the Giants have signed, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Russell Wilson to a one-year contract worth $21 million. Only $10.5 million of the contract is guaranteed, and the remaining $10.5 million are based on incentives, based on playing time, performance, and wins. Russell Wilson said he expects to be the starter, despite signing Jameis Winston to a 2-year deal last week. He also mentioned he is focused on winning when he was asked about the Giants taking a quarterback in this year's draft, which is not going to happen, by the way. And Owen's going to be wearing a dress soon. Reports say that Russell Wilson wanted to go back to the Steelers before signing with the Giants, but the Steelers were not willing to give him incentives he got with the Giants. Fox Sports' Emmanuel Aiko says that Russell Wilson needs at least 9 wins to have a successful season with the Giants. Wilson had 2,482 yards, 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and a 63.7% completion percentage in 11 starts with the Steelers last season. Well, there's a lot to cut in to this situation with the New York Giants. Here's my problem here for Joe Schoen. Why the hell did you sign Jameis Winston if you're going to bring in Russell Wilson for 1 year? It makes no sense. And you give Tommy Cutlets an extension for what, 1 or 2 years? Why is Tommy Cutlets getting a contract right now where you see the Giants bring in 2 other quarterbacks, and you already knew that you were going to bring in 2 other quarterbacks, 2 veteran quarterbacks? It makes no sense. This tells me one thing for all you Giant fans. This is going to be a season where you're going to be saying sayonara to Joe Schoen after it. This doesn't make any sense if you're a Giant fan. And who's he challenging? What does Russell Wilson have to worry about? Jameis Winston? The only thing he's going to be worried about is the crab legs he's going to probably steal from one store to another. It doesn't make any sense. And as far as I'm concerned, with the Giants and their organization and where they are as an organization for the last 5 years, go look at the GMs and go look at the coaches they've brought in. It's even longer than 5 years. It's been 10 or 12 years, and they've had problems with the players that they bring in. They bring in veteran players that make no sense to the roster. And as far as I'm concerned with Russell Wilson, I'm not taking shots at Russell Wilson. He wasn't bad. He was a Pro Bowl player, even though he was practically given a Pro Bowl because nobody wants to play in those stupid flag football games. Russell Wilson, to me, it just tells me one thing about where the Giants are going. One thing is they're not going for Shedeur Sanders. I'm sorry, Owen. He is not going to the Giants at number 3. They're going to bring in the best guy available, and it's not Shedeur Sanders. So that is out. As soon as they brought in Russell Wilson, I don't care what you say. Why would they sign Tommy Cutlets? Why would they sign Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson if they're going to bring in Shedeur Sanders? So they bring in a fourth quarterback? It makes no sense. So for all you Giant fans that think Shedeur Sanders, if you want Shedeur Sanders, is going to the Giants, you're on crack. And Joe Shane, oh my God, I don't know where he thought of this, combination of quarterbacks. Did he ask his son? Did he ask his daughters? Hey, maybe did he ask his wife? I don't know. Maybe he asked the grocery store maid over there selling chicken or whatever, turkeys or whatever the hell they're doing. Meat compacting idiots over there. This is an organization that is an absolute joke. Why? And Speedy, we were talking about this. Why did they bring in Riddick when they had a chance to bring in Riddick? Why did they go this route? I understand he was the vice or the assistant GM over there with the Buffalo Bills. He didn't draft Josh Allen. He wasn't the one that picked Josh Allen, and he wasn't the one that helped develop Josh Allen. It was Dable. And what is Dable doing over here? Dable's going to sit here and actually like this? Come on, guys. And by the way, what is he saying? Where are you seeing DeVito? DeVito just signed a contract. He signed a year contract, Fish.
Yeah, 1 year.
He signed a 1-year contract, Fish.
1.03 million.
Yes.
And why did Jameson get 2 years?
I don't know, because it's not a lot of money. I think it was $8 million for 2 years. He's
For a
not
quarterback,
making any money.
that's nothing.
Here's the thing why Jameis Winston is there. One, he's in the biggest media part of the world. He's trying to build his second part of his career. You saw what he did over there at the Super Bowl. He was traveling, doing all these cooking things and eating things over there. He wants to build his social medias and then eventually get on a newscast or NBC or wherever he wants to work, Fox, wherever he plans to work as a broadcaster. Honest to God, I have no idea where the Giants are going as an organization. They don't know what they're doing. And as much as everybody says, hey, they could have a good draft, they could draft a quarterback. They could draft Quentin Ewers in the 4th round or maybe the 3rd round. Is it going to make a difference? Why would they draft a quarterback right now when you have 3 on your roster? It doesn't make sense. And yes, Tommy Cutlets is going to be there because the Giant fans are absolutely adore him. For what reason? The guy stinks. He absolutely stinks. I don't even have to go into the stories over there in the Hamptons and what he was doing over there in the Hamptons last year. This guy travels with a bunch of idiots, okay? I've seen this guy in club after club after club, and there's no clubs out here, but Tommy thinks there are because him and his stupid, I mean it, his stupid agent with his stupid hats going around and trying to sell what they're selling, which is nothing but a cutlet in a fucking hamburger, okay? It is despicable what the Giants, and yeah, I don't curse, but honestly, I think the Giants organization is a stupid organization. I say this about the Jets all the time. I know where the Jets are. The Giants are the one that gave up on Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley helps the Eagles win a Super Bowl and gets $20 million. This is a team that just doesn't know what they're doing. And as far as Dable's concerned, how could Dable be happy right now bringing in a Russell Wilson who doesn't listen to anybody? God forsaken doesn't believe in anything or anybody on his rosters, as we've seen so many people say he's unlikable. And then we had somebody like Turbin who was on the show that says he's a good guy. It keeps going like in spurts. Speedy, it's like a wave. One person likes him, the other person doesn't.
Well, Turbin played with him when he was younger.
I'm just saying.
Before he had all this craziness.
The fact is the guy is an emotionally disturbed person. That's what he is. And maybe it's because of Ciara. Maybe he's dating or married to a woman that's a superstar, bigger superstar than he is. I don't know what it is. But Russell Wilson coming to New York, does that make any sense to you guys? The last time I can remember Russell Wilson having a good game in New York was when they went to the Super Bowl and knocked off the Broncos. That was the last time I can remember he had a good game in New York against any of the New York teams. And now he's playing for one. I think it's horrible. And any Giant fan that thinks this is a great idea just tells you how stupid Giant fans could be. And if you're a Giant fan, well, maybe you should shift to the Buffalo Bills. Don't go to the Jets because they're no better. They're no better right now. I mean, I like Justin Fields, but I don't know what they bring in quarterbacks all the time. They always bomb out or they just absolutely implode. And as far as I'm concerned, we have to see what Aaron Glenn is as head coach. Until we see it, I'm not going to trust it because they are cursed or whatever. I don't believe in the curse. They're just not good.
going to say, are you
So-
going to buy into Joe Namath's logic?
I don't believe in curses. I don't. I think I'm cursed sometimes, but not because I believe in curses. I just think I am. But nevertheless, I just think that if you're a Giant fan right now, how could you be happy? How could you think or say that this is satisfying to you that Russell Wilson is going to be your starting quarterback? Maybe you should bring in Shedeur Sanders. You might have a better chance to win with Shedeur or not. I don't know where the Giants are going to go next year. Everybody says this is a quarterback class. You don't know if next year is going to be a quarterback class. You don't even know if Arch Manning is going to be in next year's draft. Right now, if you were to put on the wins and loss record the Giants are going to be right now, I think the Giants don't win more than 4 games. They don't win more than 4 games with the roster they have. They have no other wide receivers. That maybe they bring in Travis Hunter to be a wide receiver. That would be a debacle. Why would you bring in Travis Hunter to play with Russell Wilson? Oh my God, somebody's going to knock Russell Wilson out, and it might as well be him. None of this makes sense. I don't get it anymore. I don't understand the Giants as an organization. As a matter of fact, I would rather go out and eat a sandwich at Subway, which I never do because it always makes me sick, than watch the New York Giants this year. That's what I think. They're just as They're worthless like a Subway sandwich, Speedy. What do you think about that? Subway, you're not going to probably, obviously, endorse our show or sponsor us, so I might as well drop the hammer on you now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And we don't need their former spokesperson involved in that either. But
No, that's a whole nother story. I don't want to bring that up.
Yeah, Jeff already went to an extreme level with that in the past.
He's sitting behind bars right now, that pedophile.
Yeah, no, Jeff already brought it up to an extreme level in the past, like 3 years ago. We're not going to do that again.
By the way, I want to give a shout. If you guys haven't checked this out, Hollywood Demons, and Fish is the one who told me about this. I watched the first episode. Guys, go check it out. It's actually really good documentary. I actually enjoy those documentaries. Me and Fish have something in common. Me and him actually like to watch these ridiculously weird documentaries of guys, pedophiles and weirdos, killers, all this crazy crap. They put these documentaries together. I actually enjoy them because I get to see how crazy people really are, how disgusting people really are.
And going back to the Giants,
True crime shit. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
that's a good way.
True crime. Second curse of the show.
The crime the Giants committed is asset allocation, not using it right.
Pulled it out of my ass.
Yes, that's what basically Russell Wilson's contract is, because they could have spent that money for maybe 2 starting players. They could have spent that money maybe on 3 like decent depth players at other positions that they need. No, they're going to go spend $20 million on a quarterback when you already got your quote unquote bridge quarterback. Jameis Winston for $4 million a year is fine. Like, okay, he's going to throw a bunch of interceptions, but that comes with any quarterback that's going to be left at this point. It's fine if you got Russell Wilson on the nothing.
You might as well bring somebody up on the scrap.
Right. If you got Russell Wilson on the nothing contract the Steelers paid him last year, okay, $20 million they could have used for something else. There's enough receivers left in free agency where they could have gotten another one of those. They could have gotten another offensive lineman. There's plenty of those guys. Now, this confirms the Giants are not taking a quarterback at 3, which I didn't want them to anyway, but you don't need to do it by wasting money in other areas.
We get to enjoy our friend Owen to wear a dress and a wig and a little lipstick. Who's going to be laughing about it? By the way, when that happens, Owen is definitely going to be framed up for the whole show. We are going to see Owen. We're going to see O in a dress and with lipstick and with a wig for the whole show. He is not coming off that sector of this show for that particular show. So Owen, get ready for it. This is a loss that you're going to live up for the rest of your life.
On the side note, his son scored the first touchdown of their season.
Congratulations to O's son. I know he's right now watching his son play football, and he will be on a little bit later. But go ahead, Speedy.
Yeah, I was going to say also with the Giants quarterback situation, though, too, culturally, when you look at Jameis Winston was able to actually embrace himself well with the Browns fans last year. I think a lot of them liked him after the whole Watson debacle. Even the Saints fans, when after Drew Brees retired, he was probably the best quarterback they had, which didn't say much, but I think he at least has been a better cultural guy, whereas Russell Wilson's gone in the opposite direction since he got traded from Seattle. And yeah, maybe some of that has to do with Ciara and all that, but obviously we were talking about it with the Broncos. He had his own office. The Steelers last year tried to be too much of an ego over there, drove the rest of those egos. And
I don't care.
That's not what the Giants need for a cultural change that they're going to need. They're going to be a crappy team regardless, but they need to put themselves out there as a better team culture than they've been the last 5 years, because they used to be respected as that, and now they're not anymore. And what good coach is going to say, I want to take this job with not as much talent there, if you're going to expect this to be a really bad team culture like they've been?
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense if that's the dynamic that they're trying to switch. And I mean, for $4 million, Jameis would have been just fine. And
He's fine for $4 million. The Giants are not supposed to be wasting money right now.
well, and also too, it's been funny to see how guys like kind of resurrect their career in certain ways throughout their career. And we've seen it, when guys stop playing, but we've also seen it when guys are still playing. On how, like, we saw the Super Bowl with Jameis. Everybody wanted him on. He was dancing. He was food shows. He was doing everything. And that's probably one of the reasons why, it drew eyes to him. And, he was even asking people questions. He was like, well, I'm a free agent. Where should I sign? And so it wasn't like he was making it a secret. So, and then Russell having his own office, like having to call a manager to talk to your quarterback, like, what? That's and I was talking to Pablo today, and we were talking about it, and it's like, if he doesn't embrace what New York is, he's gonna get chewed up and spit out quick, fast, and in a hurry, and he ain't gonna know what hit him if he pulls that BS. And I need my own office. You got to call my Sierra's manager, whoever the hell it is.
Don't forget the block numbers that Robin
They
Purdy
need
was
to
telling us
send
about.
Russell Wilson to the meatpacking district. That's where he needs to go.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
because the only thing he's going to be packing is meat in his what in his keister.
He could take Evan Neal with him in that case.
Well, he does have Evan Neal blocking for him, so I mean,
Evan Neal
right.
can
Stick it in his
with the way
keister.
his offseason trainings always is.
Well, maybe Neal can play guard. We'll find out this year, Speedy. But I got a couple of things you got to realize. This is a huge signing for the Giants. Their win total in Vegas went from 3.5, Errol, to 4.5 with Russell Wilson. That is a magnificent increase. Let's give it up for the guys. What a great job. We now are still going to be the worst team, but maybe get second or third pick again instead of first pick when we would get the quarterback we're supposed to have, because we got to get a middling quarterback like Russell Wilson on the downside of his career.
Well, like you said, Fish, they'll win when you don't want them to win, and then they'll fall 2-3 spots.
Look, the Giants' luck is the year that they have the worst record, that's when they'll institute a draft lottery and get screwed out of the first pick, because that's all it is with the Giants right now. But think about this QB room right now, Errol. Has there ever been a weirder collection of personalities in one room? Russell Wilson.
I like to be a fly on the wall when all three of these guys.
It's like the odd couple, but it's like a triple. You know what I mean? It's an odd triple.
Who's the quarterback coach this year? I would love to be him.
Well, Speedy, same guy, Shea Tierney.
I thought so. I don't think they got rid of him.
All right. So, well, Shea's got some work cut out for him, because you got Jameis Winston, who, look, we know what he is, and he's got a great personality. He also might be a legitimate crazy person. So, like, there's that. We also have Russell Wilson, who might be a sociopath, but is pretty good at the game of football when he doesn't have to use his personality and lead the team at the end of games, because that doesn't seem to be a characteristic he has anymore. I played the clip earlier from the famous Super Bowl interception where they should have handed it off to Marshawn Lynch. Guys, I don't think he ever rebounded from that. I think it was that moment that kind of sent his career the other way.
I wouldn't say that, though, because he had 5 really good statistical years in a row after that.
Statistics are great. Look, he could play football. No one ever said he could. But when the team wanted him, how do all of his teammates talk about him? Except for Turbin, who only knew him went before they got to that point.
Yes.
We had a couple of them said that he was a good guy, but then we've had guys that said
like later on, though, like
they don't want to know him. They don't want to know him. So
it's like remember Major League 2 when Charlie Sheen goes corporate at the beginning and like names all his pitches and like he's just a shell of himself.
The Terminator,
the Terminator.
The hallucinator.
You hit it, you can name it.
You hit it, you can name it. And
call it the masturbator.
So
the masturbator.
I'm holding out hope for the theory that, you know, Daboll will be able to work with a guy like Russ. The type of quarterback Russ is the type of quarterback Daboll kind of wants to have. Doesn't need to have a running quarterback. Needs a guy who can get out of the pocket. Needs a guy who knows how to set protections. Russell Wilson can do those things. That was not a strength of Daniel Jones. And Daniel Jones was a different type of quarterback, and it just didn't work with Daboll. I think this will work better. But again, But why? Like, what are you doing? We still need to have Archie Manning next year. If you're not taking any of these guys, we should just try to suck.
I don't think
So they don't need to draft Quinn Ewers this year to make another awkward situation.
I don't think Arch Manning is going to go into the draft next year. I've
the
heard
Giants have first pick.
Yep. Well, you don't know that because there's a lot
If
of
they
other
do.
teams. There's a lot of other teams
There's
that
a
could
lot
have
of
big years.
there's a lot of crap out there. You're absolutely
there's-
right, Errol.
With the NFL, I mean, look at the NFC. I mean, they're very top heavy. A lot of the bottom feeders are going to be really, really, really bad. How about Carolina? I know obviously everybody keeps thinking, oh, Bryce Young looked good in the second half of the season. I don't know about Bryce Young. He's too small. And if he goes down, who's the backup quarterback over there? So
I think they got Andy Dalton back.
Oh, God, please. So to me, I don't know if everybody keeps talking about Arch Manning. I don't know if Arch already said he wants to win a national championship. If Texas falls short, is he coming out of and going into the draft next year? The answer is no. Did you see the NIL deal that he just got from Red Bull? He's making like $5 million a year. Why would Arch Manning leave Texas? He's finally getting a starting chance. He's not backing up anybody. He's not backing up yours. So he's actually the number one guy, and he wants to be.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because that Red Bull contract will be bigger when he's in the NFL. It's bigger than what it would be when he's in college.
Bigger. If it'll be bigger
paired with the Jameis Winston crab legs.
Well, I mean, you got the crab legs, you got the cutlets in the same room. That's seafood and chicken. You get a crab cake out of that. I mean, I'm telling you.
Giant fans think that Arch Manning
some vodka sauce on top. Well, it's part of the tradition now. That's what we.
Because you had Eli. What the tradition that you had?
That's the whole.
You had one guy. Peyton Manning was over there with Indianapolis.
Yeah, but Peyton Manning was with two teams. He went to two teams. Eli stayed here, and Arch is going to come here.
What does Indianapolis have? What did they
Daniel
have?
Jones.
Daniel Jones. And what happens if he falls flat on his face? Then Arch Manning's going to Indianapolis if he becomes available.
Daniel Jones is his backup.
Come on, guys. You can't honestly sit here
if they weren't so good on defense.
Out of the draft. I'm just saying.
If the Colts weren't so good on defense, I'd agree.
That's not what I'm saying. Everybody keeps talking about.
Really
everybody keeps talking about Arch Manning. Everybody keeps talking about Arch Manning and when he's going to come out. And if he comes out, he's not even, as of right now, he's not even the best quarterback. If he does come out, there's three other guys that everybody keeps talking about. So as much as Arch Manning's just coming from a family of star quarterbacks. Archie Manning, his grandfather, Peyton, and Eli. So, of course, everybody's going to put him on the top. That doesn't mean he's going to be the best in the nation next year. It doesn't mean he's going to win the Heisman.
All right, so Jets, you can take a worse quarterback than him ahead of the Giants next year, and then we'll take Arch Manning. Go right ahead.
Again, I know that's what you want to believe, but I just don't think Arch is going to go into next year's draft, especially how all these teams are going to fall. If his grandfather sits there and says, you know what, and you know his grandfather has a lot to say with it. If his grandfather says, do I want my grandson to come out of this year's draft and play for Carolina and Indianapolis or even the Giants, who's been an absolute debacle of an organization? Or do I wait another year and wait for one of these bad teams like Pittsburgh fall off the next year and he goes to Pittsburgh? Or somebody like
they
that.
have a great relationship with the Giants organization.
Stop. Well,
of course they do.
Why? Because Eli.
What do you mean?
What makes you think they have such a great relationship? Hold on, Speedy. They tossed Eli Manning away. They tossed him away. John Mara let him be tossed to the
fired all those guys
because of Ben McAfee. It doesn't matter. He tossed him away. He had a
lot of stuff with the Giants.
Listen, he would have broken a record. He would have broken his brother's record.
Listen, I was just as mad as everybody else. And the irony of all of it is Geno Smith was better. And they should have probably stayed with him instead of doing what they did.
Well, you attacked Ben McAdoo for doing what he did.
No, I attacked Ben McAdoo because he was a shitty coach. But
I don't know. He won 11 games his first year.
With Coughlin's team, trained by Coughlin. And then this happens all the time. Remember, Switzer won with Jimmy Johnson's team.
Yep.
The whole thing. And then what happened immediately after that?
Bill Callahan with obviously Chucky's team, and then the GB loses against Chucky in the Super Bowl. Listen, it happens, but I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and think you could sit here and we can argue. I know Joba is sitting here and he's probably saying, "Oh, where's this going?" It's very simple where it's going. Giant fans want to believe that Arch Manning's going to be sitting pretty for him in a nice little yellow dress. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. I know you Giant fans want to believe it. It's not going to happen. This is not a good organization anymore. Mara is fed up with this organization. We've been hearing stories that the Mara family, I was hearing, what was it, last year, that Tish wants to sell his half. There were stories coming out last year about Tish maybe selling his half of the team. So, I mean, the Giants are not really in a good spot. And I know Giant fans says, well, we won in 2011 and 2007. Nobody gives a crap. It's what have you done for me lately? And what has the Giants done for you lately? Nothing. Absolutely zilch. Zero. They bring in Joe Shane, an absolute debacle. And then they bring in the quarterback whisperer. The only thing he's been whispering is something to his wife because he lost all that weight.
All right, so hypothetically, maybe it's not Arch. Whoever is the number one quarterback next year, now they don't have to take Shador at 3. What do you do at 3? If it's me, Speedy, I'm trading down and getting a first-round pick. Getting a first-round pick next year. I don't care. I don't know how far down they have to trade to do that, but I want some kind of middle of the first-round pick next year to combine with our probably another shitty, really high first-round pick, so we can trade up and get that guy. Because if they don't do that, what are we doing? But like, what are we doing if we're not trying to do that?
Family members, a bareback.
Yeah, no, they should try to do it. Because you're
speaking of that, actually, Errol, the worst I saw 2 great things about these quarterbacks, and it was Arch and Quinn Ewers. One was great, that Arch looked like he put on like 20 pounds of muscle, and they said he's been working out like crazy. And the other was Quinn Ewers throws a worse football than I think I do at this point. Like he does not have a spiral. It is like a duck. You remember Kurt Warner with the gloves? It looks like that. It looks like that for a while. Like he couldn't when he couldn't figure it out. The ball looked really bad, and that was like his highlight that they were putting out there, and everyone was killing it on Twitter. So I think Quinn Ewers might fall a lot in my love for him that I had before.
Earliest at this point.
I think he's probably 4th or 5th.
Speaking of falling, this is a good story. 3 weeks ago, after his beef with Stephen A. Smith, LeBron James went on the Pat McAfee Show to break his silence on the incident. LeBron called the saga a Taylor Swift tour run for Stephen A. Smith as far as the attention that he got. On Gilbert Arenas' podcast, Stephen A. Smith also called LeBron weak and said he had to stop talking crap about Bronny. Stephen A. Smith said on his show that he would have immediately swung at LeBron, or LeBum, as I call him, if he ever made physical contact with him. LeBron also mentioned on the Pat McAfee Show how he wasn't pleased with the state of the NBA media, saying it was out of balance. ESPN's Brian Windhorst took shots at LeBron for these comments, saying it isn't as one-sided as LeBron thinks. The NBA players have to be held accountable just as much as the media members do. LeBron mentioned he started his podcast with JJ Redick and Steve Nash mainly to reflect on the NBA media and the issues with the ESPN personalities like Brian Windhorst and Stephen A. Smith this past season. Well, it seems like it's turning into an absolute war between LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith gets his $20 million, and now LeBron James, or LeBum, is starting to drop the hammer on him throughout social media and now on the Pat McAfee Show. Why not go on Pat McAfee Show? You want to make fun of somebody? You want to look like a crazy lunatic? You go on Pat McAfee. Hey, why don't we ask Aaron Rodgers how he likes to do that? I mean, honestly, for the fact that Stephen A. Smith came out and said that if Stephen A. Smith gave him any reason to swing at him, he would have, just tells me one thing. You're out of your friggin' mind. You're out of your friggin' mind. You swing at LeBron James, you're going to be flat on your ass, okay? First of all, he's 6'8". He has not 1 cent. Oh, that's not even the right word. 1 inch of fat on his body. And this is a man that squats 500 pounds, okay? What the hell are you going to do to LeBron James? He can flick you. You're like a little snot to him, Steven. You lost weight. You're like a little crinkle in his ass, okay? I honestly think Stephen A. Smith needs to shut his mouth. I'm not a big fan of LeBron James as a personality. I am a fan of his game. I think he's one of the greatest basketball players I have ever seen. He's not Michael Jordan, and him and his family need to stop it. And he needs to stop it. He is never going to be Michael Jordan. But this story with him and Stephen A. Smith just ended already. Stephen, just end this before it gets worse for you. And I'm surprised ESPN didn't go to him and say, guy, just stop. Because he's going on a Pat McAfee. LeBron's going on a Pat McAfee show, who owns? The ESPN team owns that. And then what is he on? Stephen A. Smith First Take. Who owns that? ESPN. The ESPN likes this, but might not like this because Stephen A. Smith is the highest paid personality right now on their network now. He is the highest paid personality on their network, making $20 million. Over 100 people were fired because of Stephen A. Smith's contract. 100 people. All right? That's what it takes to pay a guy like Stephen A. Smith. Here's the problem with Stephen A. Smith. And I respect what Stephen A. Smith has done in his career, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. He knows basketball. You want to say that you know basketball? I'll give you credit when credit is due. You know your basketball game. But you don't know anything about hockey when the NHL playoffs are around. You know nothing about baseball. When you bring up Ohtani and stuff, and I'm not an Ohtani fan, but when he was throwing Ohtani under the bus, I don't know. The things that he was saying made no sense. And then when it goes to football and he talks about this guy and that guy and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, I take this guy and I take that guy. He's the greatest wide receiver I've ever seen. If you think he's the greatest wide receiver, and I'm talking about Jamar Chase, is the greatest wide receiver you ever seen, then you're not watching football enough. I honest to God, think Stephen A. Smith is a complete moron, okay? He knows how to make money. He's a great businessman. Whoever's helping him, and I know somebody that's helping him when it comes to the business end, but when it comes to the sports end and his interaction when it comes to opening his mouth and saying the wrong thing, Stephen A. Smith needs to zipper his mouth. I should call Beetlejuice. If I say Beetlejuice, maybe Beetlejuice will put a zipper on his mouth or maybe put a piece of metal on his mouth because the guy doesn't shut the F up. It is so ridiculous. And LeBron James is sitting there because he's a father. Any father would stick up for their son. I know Joba's a father. If somebody says something about Carter, what is Joba going to do? Even if maybe they're right. He's going to stick up for his son. He's a dad. So you're going to go out there publicly on your show and throw this guy under the bus. Throw Bronny under the bus. And Bronny's gone through so many things. He almost died on a basketball court. And then he makes it to the NBA. His father's trying to help him build a career. And then you're doing all this and you're saying all these things about this kid. We all know the kid sucks. And LeBron knows his son sucks. Why do you need to come out every single show and throw this kid under the bus? We've heard enough of it. It's like talking about Steph Curry, that he's the greatest three-point shooter of all time. We all know he is. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay? I don't want to hear it anymore. And I sit here over and over and over again listening to all these Stephen A. Smith stories over and over and over and over again. Here's the thing, and I'm going to go back to this, and I want to hear you guys take. Stephen A. Smith is a smart man. He's smart. Did he plan this? Is this what he's trying to do to draw more people to watch his show? Because maybe the show is falling off because of Pat McAfee? Is that what it is? I don't know what it is, but I was very surprised. The ESPN team or ESPN gave him $20 million. He signed a 5-year, $20 million contract, which is the highest in sports history. Get that kind of contract as a radio/TV host. It is to me, I'm not taking shots at a man that's trying to make his money. I'm taking shots at a guy that's thrown people under the bus, beat up people, let people get fired for all these different, personalities that have been on shows and had opportunities to, build their career and grow in their career in ESPN. And they were tossed away because they needed to pay Stephen A. Smith. And Stephen already pretty much said, I don't know if anybody knows this. I seen Stephen A. Smith at an event. I'm not going to mention what event I saw him at. And I saw him, not hosting, but being interviewed. And he said, listen, it's either ESPN or somebody else. I could get the Tonight Show. There are many people. I have many opportunities out there. I'm as good as it gets. I'm as good as the best in the business of what I do. Well, guess what? Now ESPN has to suffer with him for 5 years. And before LeBron James, waves goodbye to the NBA, he might even permanently put him in the ground and bury him for a very, very long time. Because right now, Stephen A. Smith looks like the bad guy. And who looks like the good guy? Looks like the roses right now? LeBron James.
Yep. And again, you look at somebody like calling out the NBA media the way LeBron is doing. And I think the NBA is the one sport where you've seen a lot of these bad players get publicity, more publicity than they should. How many times do we have shows where we were talking about Ben Simmons when he was with the Nets and the 76ers at the end of that ugly saga? There's plenty of them with the Knicks in the past too. The Knicks have had all these bad players that have just gotten so much publicity. And now Bronny, and again, LeBron is going to take it personally. Now, Stephen A. Smith, I think this is taking this aggressive swing at this point, literally and metaphorically, saying this kind of thing. And going on his own show to essentially throw either inadvertently the network under the bus, even though he said he didn't, but more LeBron James and still getting his mark out
He's
there.
getting a lot of views.
Yeah,
he's getting a lot of views.
And of course that's going to happen because there's enough people that are annoyed at LeBron and his drama.
His latest video just broke like 2.5
I
million
believe
or
it.
something like that.
I believe it. And we were talking about it a few weeks ago, like the NBA is the LBJ, like LeBron runs the league. And that's what's going to happen with all the attention. So you had to see this coming with your son. Now, again, if people are insulting
It's
Bronny,
LJA.
LJA,
LeBron
yes.
James Association.
Correct. So again, it's not like Stephen A. Smith is insulting like Bronny having the heart issue that he had or anything medically or again anything that's racial or anything like that. If that's the case, okay. He's insulting what everyone has been saying about
They're
him.
both African Americans. I don't think it has anything to do with racial. I mean, it
No,
has
I know,
nothing to
but
do with
again,
it.
if anything is still said with that, it still could create enough airwaves where there could be controversy. We're taking shots at what we knew already about Bronny James, that he was not ready to play in the NBA and he should have stayed in college like everybody else should have said. Now, he finally had a 17-point game in the NBA and he's like leading G League scorer in the last 2 weeks. Okay, he's playing better, fine. But again, he's still not nowhere close to being an NBA player. But again, him saying he's going to swing at him, yeah, you're right. LeBron will just take him out at that point. Stephen A. Smith was not even a 6 foot college basketball player averaging 3 points a game versus LeBron. Yeah, good luck.
Stephen A. Smith was a terrible basketball.
No, I know. Like
He was terrible.
yeah.
Did anybody watch him on the NBA Tonight when he was shooting that basketball and it was an air ball over and over and over again? The guy's not a good basketball player. He's great at what he does. The problem with Stephen A. Smith is he says too much. And then when he says too much, he doesn't know how to handle people shooting and taking shots at him. He cannot handle the abuse on social media because the problem with, and Joba, you know all about this. When you say something and you say the wrong thing in the media, in the highest media part of the world, what are they going to do to you? They're going to take you down. And he said something that obviously irked LeBron James, and LeBron James did not hold back. On national television, he went right up to the guy and said, "Keep my son out of your mouth, or I will close your mouth and put you where you need to be." And I'm not going to say what he said, but I'm sure everybody can probably mimic what he was saying to him when he said it. Okay. And the fact that Stephen A. Smith wants to be a tough guy and wants to sit there and say, "Oh, I would have socked him," that's a joke. Okay.
And the other thing too, I think going back to the NBA media comments that he was making and Brian Windhorst was making too. I think the NBA is also the one sport where you see the insiders actually have like analytical insight too. There was a whole Brian Windhorst confrontation with Draymond Green during the playoffs. You're now Brian Windhorst versus LeBron.
Don't want to
like these insiders, even Shams Charania in the
I'm
playoffs
not
as well.
encouraging one hairstyle.
Like there's enough of them that do it that are actually speaking more for themselves rather than just reporting the inside sources and all that. And that's why I think LeBron is trying to take shots at the NBA media that is still mostly on the player's side, like, and still wants to encourage more of the positivity with the player. So I don't know why LeBron is going crazy with all that. Again, Stephen A. Smith take it to an extreme level. I'm not advocating what he's doing either, but again, LeBron's comments, like he's the one that's driving this on for a lot of the time, and his influence is the reason why all this drama is coming into effect since he's gotten to Miami. Really,
Go scuba diving.
No,
Yeah.
I think there's something to be said about what he's doing and how he's doing it. I don't think it's all probably to not stay relevant, but get more views and do things of that nature. But I do think there's method behind his madness because people are talking about it, and it's something from him bringing up Bronny, him saying he wasn't at the Kobe memorial, and LeBron was like, I just didn't want to be shown, and so now when it keeps going, there's a reason he's doing it. It's because we're talking about it, and he just basically is CYing where he can just cover his ass because it's kind of what he has to do. And is he doing it because McAfee is kind of taking over the realm of ESPN and he's trying to become or stay relevant and get these things because, yeah, a lot of people lost their jobs because of him. And so if he isn't creating controversy or creating, I guess, dictation of what he is doing and what he isn't doing, then is he really doing his job? Like, I mean, who's ever his manager or whoever's kind of facilitating these.
I know Stephen A. Smith's agent. Okay. I know who he is, and I'm not going to sit and throw anybody under the bus. And he's one of the smartest people in the industry. I don't think management is telling him anything. I think Stephen is just being a complete idiot. And by the way, for what everybody is saying about Stephen A. Smith, maybe it's planned. I really sincerely believe that him and LeBron James will never make up on this. I think the fact that Stephen A. Smith has taken it to another realm, and by the way, anybody that goes on the Pat McAfee show to spread the light only tells me, and by the way, Stephen A. Smith saying he doesn't blame Pat McAfee, give me a break. You don't like Pat McAfee. We all know you don't like Pat McAfee. He gets $10 million and you want 20, okay? We all know you don't like Pat McAfee. Stop trying to sell that you love him and you guys have a good relationship. Pat McAfee don't like you. And you don't like Pat McAfee. And as far as I'm concerned, you're competing with Pat McAfee show on the same network. So don't go out there and say, well, I don't blame Pat McAfee. I blame LeBron James. No, you blame LeBron James because LeBron James has the balls to go on the Pat McAfee show and tells you to stick it where the sun doesn't shine. And by the way, after he's done sticking his fingers up your ass, he's going to smell it. And will he, boy, oh boy, he probably has his son smelling it right now. And it definitely doesn't smell like daisies or roses. That's all I'm going to say.
You remember the famous line by The Rock, you smell what The Rock is cooking. I kept thinking of how Stephen A. Smith's a cult of personality at this point. And that's a phrase that I've used as a teacher. The famous song from the 80s by Living Color. Everyone knows that song. It's a theme song for CM Punk, the wrestler. And it's also exactly what Stephen A. Smith is right now. Not a wrestler, but the sports entertainer. He's not even really.
Errol would want to wrestle him if he had the chance.
Well, it would be perfect.
I would break his. Dude. He's got like chicken legs.
After he finishes Rob
Chicken
Manford.
legs. Has anybody
He's
seen
definitely
Stephen A.
not
Smith's
a
legs?
fighter.
After he finishes Rob Manford in the hypothetical wrestling match that him and Ryan.
What
Spader
I
are gonna
really
have.
want to do, I would love to challenge Stephen A. Smith. Me against him, go title for title on any sport he wants to talk about. And I would love to go one-on-one with him, and I will blow his ass out of the water. Anytime, I'm saying this, and you could cut this, Speedy. Anytime he's going to say, well, who the hell are you? What I got to be Pat McAfee to blow you out of the water? Pick the sport. Pick the sport you want to attack me in. You want basketball? I'll blow you out of the water. You want baseball? I'll blow you out of the water. You want hockey? I'll blow you out of the water. You want football? I'll definitely blow you out of the water. Hey, how about this? Let's talk golf. You don't know crap about it. Boxing, we all know you don't know crap about it. And mixed martial arts, oh my God, I take Frankie Edgar's foot and shove it up your ass. Give me a break. This guy doesn't know anything. The reason why he's making money right now, I'll tell you why. He's an entertainer, and he knows how to sell himself.
It's not even news. It's not even news. He's not trying to do news. He's trying to do what Vince McMahon did for years, and that's just create a product that people will watch. And that's great. Great for him.
I'm not watching it.
Well, but like you said, a couple of million people watch his clips all the time, and he's getting, and it's because
he's on ESPN. If we were on ESPN, you don't think they're going to watch it?
Well, if you decided to try to fight LeBron, I'm sure everyone would watch it because that's what he's basically doing, which is out of control.
That's Errol's third fight. Our first one was in 2023 was a tag team match that Errol and Ryan and our friend Ryan Spader are going to have against Rob Manford and the BBWA presidents.
That's true too. That was actually pretty funny.
I'm pretty sure everybody could beat Speedy. You could beat Rob Manford in a fight.
I think an ant could be.
Yeah, but the motive is much stronger for Errol.
I think isn't Rob Manford allergic to bumblebees or something like that, or some crazy stupid?
Yeah.
Somebody said something that we were on the show, and he said he was like deathly afraid of bees because he's they can kill him if they sting him or something like that.
I think Speedy would have roundhouse kicks for him that he would not know what to do with.
I just bring a bag of bees and I'll let him go.
Okay, so let's just hypothetically, he said that. What if he really did swing at LeBron? Like, does your instincts as a man kick in and you just absolutely piss pound him? Or do you hold it together and be like, okay, I'm bigger than this? Like, I don't know the answer to that because I don't. I obviously,
and honestly, me and you, and listen, if I went up to you, okay, and I said, you know what, screw you, and I'm gonna go up to you and smack you in the face, what do you think you're gonna do? You're gonna fight back, right?
I mean, if you touch me, 100%.
Okay, so what do you think LeBron James is gonna do to this guy? What do you think? I mean, honestly, LeBron James will pick him up off the ground and choke slam him. I mean, seriously, it's ridiculous. And why would he do this? This was one of his good friends. Could you imagine if Kobe was alive and Kobe was listening to this crap? Kobe would have reached out to Stephen A. Smith and LeBron and said to both of them, "You two idiots, what are you doing? This doesn't look good for anybody." As a matter of fact, it doesn't look good for LeBron James because LeBron James looks like a peewee because he's going to go up and he's going to beat up Stephen A. Smith. Anybody can beat up Stephen A. Smith. That's what everybody's going to say. And if Stephen A. Smith is going to come up and take a shot at LeBron James, who's probably one of the biggest basketball players at his, and athletic basketball players we've ever seen, and he's going to go up and say that he'll punch LeBron James, it makes him look stupid. It's just ridiculous. All of this is just redundantly stupid. It really is. I have no idea what they're trying to get at. Maybe it is planned. I doubt it. And I don't think LeBron James is ever going to talk to this guy again. And it'll take years for them to talk. Yeah, and you know what? When it does happen, Stephen A. Smith's going to go up to him and kiss his ass. Because that's what Stephen A. Smith does. He does his ass kissing. That's what he does all the time.
He'll have some half-baked compliment for Bronny.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. But he's not wrong, is he, about Bronny? Like, he's not wrong about him. He shouldn't be in the league.
But here's the thing. I understand. Say it once. Don't say it on every single show.
Yeah,
and by the way,
he's beating a dead horse. He's saying the same thing. Okay, you said it once, move on.
It's not only him, it's his guys. All of them. They're all saying it. So what do you think LeBron's saying? First of all, I could say a lot of things about a lot of guys on his show. And honestly, half of them shouldn't be there. Okay. The fact that they are and they have contracts make me sick to my stomach. I like Shannon Sharp. He shouldn't be on that show. Shannon Sharp is a sellout being on that show with a guy like Stephen A. Smith. These are guys that I know Stephen A. Smith wants to get the best. Chris Russo, I love you, Chris. The fact that you're even wasting your time on that show makes no sense to me. You are a fantastic personality. You were one of the best in New York history. You are one of the top 3 personalities in New York sports history, and you're on Stephen A. Smith's show. Why?
You got to turn your headphones down though when he interviews you because, woo! Oh yeah, it's loud.
I love Chris. Chris is a good friend, and
he's a great interviewer. But like, if you like the first time you get one, you see his personality. But that's exactly the way it is. There was one. The first time he ever interviewed me, I was like, "Whoa!"
You know what I love about Chris Russo, and I give him a lot of credit for what he's done and where he's been in his career. He wasn't even supposed to be working with Mike Francesa. As a matter of fact, Mike and him did not want to work with each other in the beginning. What made Chris Russo so distinctively special is his personality. And I look at the game right now and where the sports world has really transitioned. They're all trying. Look at Craig Carton. Craig Carton is a mimic of Chris Russo, a mimic. And then Stephen A. Smith, when he's on there, I'll do my best impersonation of Stephen A. Smith. What are you talking about? I mean, the guy sits there, he listens, and he says, he puts his name, he puts his little face in it. He's like, I didn't say that. What are you talking about?
You got to get one of those like inquisitively like words in there that he like just puts in throughout a sentence. I'm like, does that even go with it? Like, what are we talking about here?
He's not bad with the language. To me, it's the righteous indignation that he could be considered wrong about a point. That he like gets, what are you talking? Like, he gets like all like flustered about it. Like, dude, what are you talking about? You shouldn't be allowed to play any of these things.
When I'm yelling on the show, this is natural. I'm not planning it. Nobody's talking in my ear saying, Errol, it's time to go crazy now. It's time to go crazy. I know for a fact Stephen A. Smith has somebody talking into his ear and telling him when he should go here and go there. I don't do that. I do it naturally because I'm angry. I'm passionate about my arguments. He's just to me, and that's I'm not taking shots at the man. The guy created something special over there at First Take. But guess what? It wasn't just him. There's a guy who
There's a bunch of
there's a guy right now who now is doing his own podcast and went to Fox and did pretty well over there and made his money. And it was a big part of where his career was. Stephen A. Smith was fired from ESPN. He was fired by ESPN and then brought back. Okay. So I don't want to get into it. It's none of my business, but I'm not going to sit here and say, bow down to Stephen A. Smith because he's the greatest of all time. And by the way, if somebody cuts this and posts this up on social media so any of them can see, guess what? I don't care. Okay. I could care less. You don't have to know me. You don't need to know me. I don't give a rat's ass. And if Stephen A. Smith has a problem with it, so be it. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to tell the truth. They're all full of shit. Excuse my language. Excuse my terminology. Speedy, you know all about that, right?
Not that terminology.
Well, you were saying it today.
He does know that one.
Yes.
You have to know that one, Speedy.
Yes, he definitely does. He probably has one in the back of his dirty underwear, right, Speedy?
Oh God. No, Goody in the private chat reminded me of something. I was watching something yesterday and I saw a commercial for Dude Wipes. Oh my God.
Goody's
I had
driving.
to bring that back.
He's driving
my
right
brain.
there. He's enjoying his ride
Inadvertently, you wouldn't know, but
from his baseball game. But Goody will be on in just a few moments when he gets home. But I will say this, and we are going to go to our deuce of the day, and we're waiting for our guest. He will be coming in. Austin will be coming in. I'm sure he has his own takes when it comes to basketball, and I can't wait for it because Austin's a different personality. Let me tell you guys, if you want to talk about a guy that is a personality. But no excuses for – I don't want to hear Austin's excuses for this debacle of a season from the 76ers. But I will say this. For all the things that we have mentioned over the last couple of years on this show, Speedy – and before it became Job on the Mouth, the Sports Law Mouth, I have been really, really honest about what I see and what I hear and what I listen to. I do not listen to Stephen A. Smith. There's one reason why I don't listen to Stephen A. Smith, because Stephen A. Smith over the years has said things that I have not liked about race and different things that really affect my thoughts to where I am in my career because of it. So I'm not going to mention what he says and the things that he has said over the years. I just speak the truth. I get sick and tired of watching and listening to people bring up certain things that shouldn't be brought up on a sports radio show. It shouldn't, or a sports television show. And Stephen A. Smith is one of those guys that do it. Now, that doesn't mean I don't like him for what he's done. He's changed the game. He's opened up avenues for other people to achieve their goals. And he has now taken podcasting to another level too. But if it wasn't for ESPN, he wouldn't be where he is. And Stephen, don't tell me, and I'm going to tell you this right now. If I ever spoke to you personally and we had a conversation, don't lie to anybody saying that if it wasn't for ESPN, you'd still be where you are. It's not true. You wouldn't be where you are if it wasn't for ESPN. So I don't want to hear it. And as far as the LeBron James situation with him and LeBron James, to me, the best thing that could happen right now is Stephen A. Smith just apologize on his television show and get off of it. Because LeBron's not going to stop. He's not. Why don't you just end the war before the battle begins again? And if the battle begins again, you'll never be able to go to one of his games. And you know the playoffs are around the corner, and you know the Lakers are in the playoffs, and you know where you like to hang out, and you live over there in Lakerville. So how are you going to be able to go to Laker games and sit on the sidelines if LeBron James is playing in those games? I'm telling you right now, I would just end this before it gets worse. And by the way, Kendrick Perkins, please shut up. Shut up. Stop.
I would laugh if LeBron was like, hey, if he sits courtside, I'm kick him out or I'm not playing.
I can't stand Kendrick Perkins, man.
Oh, awful.
I can't. He's so awful. He doesn't know anything. By the way, did that guy actually play basketball? Because he knows nothing. He knows nothing about basketball. Everything that comes out of his mouth is just absolutely so stupid. So stupid. And by the way, First Take, stop it. I'm a Knicks fan. I don't want to hear about the Cowboys anymore, and I don't want to hear about the Knicks. Stop. Everything is about the Cowboys and Knicks. Every single show. Jamie Lee knows about that. We talk about it all the time in text message. I don't want to hear about the Cowboys anymore. I don't want to hear about the Knicks. Stop it. I'm dried out with this crap. Talk about something else. Talk about Stephen A. Smith and his diet and what he's eating for lunch and dinner. I'd rather hear that than listen to his take about the Cowboys. I'm tired of it. It's stupid, dumb, and everybody. And by the way, Shannon Sharp sits here. I used to love Shannon Sharp. I loved his personality. I loved him on Fox. They both worked with the same guy that helped their careers. Both of them worked with the same guy that helped their careers rise. And what happens? Now they're working together. What a joke. And if I was Skip Bayless, oh my God. If I was Skip Bayless, I would just throw out something on social media that would make everybody laugh about these two idiots. Okay? And that's all I'm going to say. Skip, wherever you are, I would love to get Skip Bayless on the show because that would be so friggin' funny to get him on the show and crack jokes about those two idiots. Okay? Because it is a joke. And he tells me he loves Stephen A. Smith. What a crock of you-know-what. Stephen A. Smith was the one that pushed him out of First Take, or what, a cold pizza, whatever they called that stupid show. And then he goes to Fox, and then he helps Shannon Sharp, and then Shannon Sharp had a problem with him. And then as Shannon Sharp walks away, and they bring in Richard Sherman and all Lil Wayne to that show, which, Skip Bayless probably said, you know what, I don't want to deal with this crap anymore. Get me the hell out of the studios. This crap was built over there with this First Take team of crap. I'm tired of the industry doing this and making the industry look so bad for where the industry is just completely falling flat in their face. Austin Krell, and I can't wait to get Austin Krell on this show because we got a bone to pick. I got a bone to pick with him. I don't know what you guys have. The only bone Speedy's going to pick is the one that his dog's going to eat, or somebody else is going to eat for him, right? You know what I'm talking about, Speedy?
I don't know, but we do have to go to the toilet for a little bit.
Yes. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You log. Not a log. I don't have a log, but
Speaking of the deuce of the day, well, opening day was today, and who falls flat on their faces? The New York Mets. As the New York Mets start their season and opening day, a loss as number one comes and it goes, ladies and gentlemen. As our friend Clay Holmes, who started his first game as a New York Met, fall flat on his face. And then Juan Soto, who had 2 hits, strikes out. He's the final strikeout of the game. The New York Mets start their season 0-1. The Yankees start 1-0. And what do Met fans have to say about that? Let's go ask Juan Soto when he went out at that news conference and said, oh, I went to the right New York team. I went to the New York team that has the best chance to win. And as Aaron Judge went out and said, I don't know what he's smoking. Well, he didn't say it this way, but in pretty much layman's terms, I don't know what he's smoking. Whatever he's smoking, he needs to send it to me because that is completely untrue. Well, the Yankees are 1-0 and the Mets are 0-1. Where does the Mets go? I know it's one game out of 162 games. The Mets have no pitching. That's pretty obvious what we see. Even though Devin Williams did not look good in his first relief start, his relief position as a closer, I still think he'll figure it out. It was his old team. As I'm wearing a Milwaukee Brewers jersey and a Yankee hat as today's game is over, I will say this. The New York Mets, get ready to hit a rocky road this year because it's not going to be a good one. So my deuce of the day goes to the New York Mets, and the New York Met fans, this season's not going to be a good one. So that's my deuce of the day. And I know Austin Krell probably has his own thoughts to that, but who cares? We're going to get him on at 76.
He loves it. He's a Phillies fan.
Oh, there he goes. There we go. But Austin, I got you, Austin. I got you. I love you, Austin. You know I do. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, this guy has been on our show quite a few times, all right? I'm just speaking the truth. This guy's got a personality that would wash a washwoman. I don't know. But this guy has an interesting personality, and he is a 76er guy, and I can't wait to have an argument with him. And a Steph Curry lover, as we all know. When we come back, we will be talking to On Patterson, 76ers, and NBA analyst, our friend, Austin Krell. But first, our Sports Minute with the one and true Coach Fish, the fisherman himself, Aaron Fishman.
This is the Joba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
Thanks for that great introduction, Errol. We have another Sports Minute for you. Before we get to the scores, give you a few stories coming through right now today. Actually, yesterday, Patriots and Stephon Diggs agreed to a 3-year, $69 million deal with $26 million guaranteed. Diggs now returns to the AFC East, where he starred until this past season with the Bills. Diggs is reportedly ahead of schedule from his rehab from a torn ACL that he suffered in Week 5 this year, playing with the Texans on a 1-year deal after being traded. Diggs is 31 years old, will join new head coach Mike Vrabel's squad as promising second-year quarterback Drake May's top target in 2025. Diggs, who can be temperamental, may be on his last chance to be a true number 1 wide receiver in the NFL with this deal. Orioles outfielder Tyler O'Neill extended his own MLB record today with his 6th consecutive opening day home run. O'Neill, who started the streak in St. Louis and continued it with the Red Sox last year, went 3 for 3 with the home run, 3 runs and 3 RBIs and 2 walks in a 12-2 drubbing of the Toronto Blue Jays earlier today. O'Neill has always shown promise, has actually only stayed healthy for 1 full season in his 7-year MLB career, which was in 2021 when he finished 8th in MVP voting. He played 113 games last year for Boston, which is the only other season which he played over 100 games. And last story for the first Sports Minute, the Yankees win. The Yankees win. Shout out to Yankees broadcasting legend, now retired John Sterling, as the Yankees won on opening day today against the Milwaukee Brewers 4-2. Carlos Rodon earned the win, pitching 5 1/3, giving up 1 run on 4 hits and 2 walks while striking out 7. Freddie Peralta earned the loss, and Devin Williams got his first save as Yankee closer against his former team. Williams certainly made it interesting, loading the bases with no one out with a 3-run lead, but was able to get the last 2 outs in dramatic fashion against the Brewers' top 2 hitters, Jackson Chourio, who had 5 strikeouts, and Christian Yelich, with strikeouts on full counts after giving up a sac fly. Austin Wells actually hit leadoff and started the game with a home run, putting the Yankees up from the jump. The Yankees and Brewers have an off day tomorrow before continuing the series on Saturday. Guys, we got some scores starting off in the Sweet 16 right now. Alabama putting it to BYU 88-69, just under 9 minutes left in the second half. And about 14 minutes in the second half, Florida is up 6 on Maryland, 55-49. Still to come, Duke, Arizona, and Texas Tech, Arkansas. In baseball today, we already said the Yankees score 4-2. Other finals earlier today, like we said, the Orioles destroyed the Blue Jays 12-2. Adley Rutschman actually had 2 home runs in that game as well. Phillies defeat the Nationals 7-3 in 10 innings. The Red Sox knocked off the Rangers 5-2. Aroldis Chapman got that win. Pirates lost to the Marlins 5-4 despite a Paul Skeens start. We have a 6-4 win by the Giants over the Reds. The White Sox, the worst team in history of baseball last year, start off this year with a win, 8-1 over the lowly Angels. The Guardians win in 10 innings as well over the Royals in KC. Clase gets the win despite giving up some runs. Astros 3-1 over the Mets. Soto does strike out to end the game. Clay Holmes gets the loss. Framber Valdez with the win. Hader with the save. The Padres beat the Braves 7-4. And the Cardinals knocked off the Twins 5-3. Only games that is in action right now. The Dodgers are up 4-3 on the Tigers. We have 2 games haven't played yet. We have the Cubs and the Diamondbacks starting at 10. Justin Steele versus Zach Gallen. And the Athletics are visiting the Mariners. Severino will take the mound against Logan Gilbert. And in the NBA, to wrap things up, no games are final yet, but we have a 100-99 close match between the Cavs and the Spurs with 7 minutes left in the fourth. We have 89-80 Mavericks over the Magic with 5 minutes and 27 seconds left in the fourth. 4 minutes left in the fourth. Listen to this one. Pacers 152, Wizards 100. Yes, a 54-point
Skin flu
by the Pacers. 4 minutes left in that game. Heat 86-70 over the Hawks. Bulls 56-54 over the Lakers right before the half. And Thunder 61, Grizzlies 59 just before.
Down.
Still to play, Jazz and Rockets at 9 and Kings and Blazers at 10. Guys, we are live on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, on our Joba in the Mouth handle, and on Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. You can find us on Podbean and Facebook. And now we are on video on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Be sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts and videos you see throughout the week. Now, back to Errol, Joba, and Speedy for our guest on Joba and the Mouth.
No!
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
Yeah. Making love across the mountain. LeBron and Stephen A. Smith are there. I'm not singing, ladies and gentlemen. 631-672-3108. I am not a singer, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't want to scare anybody away. And if you are listening, and when you're listening to the replay of this show, I definitely don't want to scare you away. You're listening to Joba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain and Speedy Pete. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest in, well, he is in, but he doesn't know about this, and he'll learn very quickly. Our show is brought to you by the one and true Ice Shaker. Go get yourself your new Joba in the Mouth Ice Shaker. Look how beautiful it is, Austin. You need one, ladies and gentlemen, as they're beautiful. They're very white. We got to get this like in a different color. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. If you're a Sweet 16 fan, you got Purdue, Alabama, Duke, all of them, Arizona, the UK, University of Kentucky, all of them. You can get your Ice Shaker. And by the way, if you're a Yankee fan, you're a Met fan, you're a Boston Red Sox fan, even if you're a Philadelphia Phillies fan, and we know somebody is in this chat right now, you can go to iceshaker.com and get your very old Ice Shaker. If you want my mug, my ugly mug on that Ice Shaker, and I might send one to Austin because I think he needs to remember this wonderful looking beard on this wonderful face. I will send you one if you want one, Austin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting carefully, calmly, and distinctly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now talking to our friend, as you don't know, Patterson 76ers and NBA analyst, Austin, Mr. Self, Krell. What's up, Mr. Krell?
So if he's Joba, who's the mouth on the show?
Well, I wonder. I don't get it. I don't get why they call it Joba in the Mouth, but you know what? Hey, there's somebody that loves to scream in the mic, and you're looking at him. How are you, my friend? We haven't had you on for a while. You've been very, very busy. How are you?
I'm good. Last time we talked, you were like 5'2".
Wow. Shots fired.
And now I'm 6'8", buddy. So watch your step, or I'm going to call LeBron on you.
I don't think you are. And what's up with this with this Yankees Brewers combo? We got.
Oh, you don't like it? Come on, man. These colors are beautiful.
Well, I just think it's a very New Yorker thing to do. Like you know what? Two different clubs there.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something, Austin. You got to zipper that mouth before I torture you with your 76ers because I'm about to. So
listen,
get ready for
I'm immune to it. Yeah, I'm immune to it. Look, I got my beer in hand.
You better be drinking because there's a lot to drink about this season.
I am immune to it. There's no emotional attachment.
You're immune to this? You're immune to this garbage?
It's fantastic. I don't feel a thing.
Well, hold on. Wait a second. You think this is fantastic? Watching your team? Well, let's look at their record. Hold on. I've got it for you.
23-50, and they lost the Wizards last night.
I'm sorry. You lose against the Wizards, the lonely Wizards, and you're okay with this. You're okay with this.
Well, since this season went off the rails about 6 years ago, I would say it's definitely.
That's not what you said ago. You said about 3 years ago.
Well, things changed, didn't they? Don't things change a little bit?
What happened to Ben Simmons? Your love dog over there. What happened to him?
I was a Ben Simmons advocate. I'll give you that.
Yes, dude. I remember what you said. I'm not blind. I know you're a Steph Curry lover, and I'll get to him in a very few moments.
I know good basketball, and I see it.
Yeah. Well, boy, do you ever? You love good basketball. This is just crappy basketball. So
I have a question: is this the actual Joba Chamberlain, or is this like?
That's Joba Chamberlain. That's Joba.
The pitcher.
That's the pitcher. That's Joba Chamberlain. Yeah,
that's a wild.
There you go. He's the one with the beard.
In the flesh.
He's in the flesh.
Wild. Never thought I was eating Java Chamberlain today. But
Well, there you go. I mean, you could smile at him. You can wave to him. Just make sure you don't meet him. He might bite your hand off. So just be careful.
How would he do that? That sounds like a weird thing to do.
I don't know. I mean, he could be hungry. I mean, and your last name is Krell. I mean, you ever have a Krell fish?
So I get that all the time. And I have to correct it all the time. And eventually I'm like, you know what? Yes, that's me. Go ahead.
Well, you're definitely a Krell. There's no question. I mean, speaking of Krell is Joel Embiid, and boy, is he Krelling all the way to the finish line. I mean, honestly, this guy is an absolute debacle. He goes and plays for Team USA. He wins a gold medal, and then before the season comes out, after getting $50-something million a year, he comes out and he tells the fans and he tells ownership, "I'm not playing back-to-back games." As an analyst and a 76er fan, how do you live with yourself every single day rooting for this idiot?
Well, I would ask you logically, do you really think that given the amount of usage he had in the Olympics that affected anything? Do you think that really changed his world?
I think what changes my world, listening to this guy speak. I mean, I don't want to hear him. Maybe he should just go home to his beautiful wife and his kids and don't play basketball anymore and leave the basketball to real basketball players, because this guy is nothing but a rat. He is a rat.
Either that or he could play for his other country of Cameroon.
By the way,
for their team.
By the way, what a despicable.
I'm pretty sure that he could have been a Nick. That was a possibility.
Yeah, it was. When I was not after what he did in the playoffs last year. That will never happen. After
what did he do in the playoffs last year?
I wonder. He injured one of our big men, and he's out for the season. Don't put your head up and shake the head. You know damn well what he did.
With the Mitchell Robinson nonsense, please come on.
So now Mitchell Robinson, who comes back and wants to play every game, to a guy that doesn't want to play back-to-back games and barely plays 5 minutes.
He wants this? Do you think he wants it?
He absolutely does. He's making $50 million.
That's insane to me. That is preposterous.
You know what's insane? You know what's insane?
You have a professional athlete co-host right here. Ask him if, as a competitor,
go ahead, tell him, Joba. Let him have it.
You would ever want to not be able to play and rather just cash your checks and not go to work. I doubt there's any athlete in the world.
Just him, not everybody else, just him.
I mean, I don't know him, but his actions don't lend him to be on the other side of the fence. It sucks. Like, they're obviously different animals and just be big and fast and strong. Like, I get it, but I don't think he's in much of a hurry to. I'm not saying he's doesn't want to play, but he also at the same time is like, oh, well, I can get a load management day, so I don't need to play back to back. He's made it feel like, in the way he said things, where it's like, okay, I'll play whenever I feel like I'm 100%. Like, you never feel like if you feel like you're 100%, you're taking something that's making you feel that way. Because when we've played the game this long, no matter what sport it is, that's when you always start to get worried, is when you feel 100%. You're like, something's got to go right now. So,
Austin, I'm going to tell you something. Why is the NBA?
That's fair. I'll grant you this. It is fair, given that the messaging and maybe the presentation of the way they've gone about this has certainly been skeptical.
Excuse coming out from the Krellster.
Austin, I agree.
Austin, why is the NBA down 40% right now when it comes to watching? Why is it? I'll tell you why. You want me to give you the answer? I'll go to Magic Johnson, who came out on a radio show, and I'm not going to mention it. He comes out and says the reason why it's down 40% is because of the All-Star game and because players don't want to play. Superstars don't want to play. And why? Who's the lead guy when it comes to the NBA? The guy that's making $56 million a year and doesn't shut the F up when it comes to basketball and standing on a court and shooting one. And that is Joel friggin' Embiid. Okay?
Knowing Joel, someone who knows Joel, I would say
hang out with him. Go drink with him.
He doesn't drink. So
well, that's shameful for him because he needs to after watching him play.
Watching him play as if
he doesn't play.
Full strength. He is not one of the 5 best players in the world.
He don't play. Why? Don't you dare put him in the top 25 right now when the guy doesn't play. Don't you dare.
kind of just remove him from the
He's a
equation.
crybaby. He cried 3 years ago. I never win the MVP. He cries and he gets his MVP. He's the only big
Was he not the
man.
best player in the league
He
that year?
is the only big man in NBA history that, by the way, won an MVP and never took his team to an Eastern or Western Conference final. Tell me that. Tell me that. Why is that?
Because it's a regular season award, and you're not discredited or credited for your postseason accolades. Like it doesn't make any sense. Why
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make
it's a
any
regular
sense.
season award.
It's the award.
The award is quite literally the regular season MVP. It's not
He
the
didn't
postseason
deserve
MVP.
it. He didn't even win it. He shouldn't have even won it that year. He cried. He bitched and moaned at the All-Star game. Remember the All-Star game when he was talking to the press?
Do you know why? Do you know why he cried?
No, why is that? Let's hear it. Let's hear
The
it.
previous year, when Jokic finished as the 5 seed in the West and won it, and Joel was very clearly carrying a team that had a player holding out, he should have won it that year. So if you ask me, one injustice undoes another injustice, and it's equal when all is said and done.
Well, I am asking you, by the way, because we are speaking. We are doing an interview here, and I love you, Austin. You know I do, and I love to bust your balls. I do it a lot, and every time you come on the show, I enjoy it.
Out. Jesus.
Well, you know, I am just a very indifferent person, as you know, on this show, but I sit here every single day, and I think, by the way, you did sign somebody in the off season. I think his last name is George. I'm sorry. I think it's Paul George. And you paid him $216 million.
We're Eskimo brothers.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, that's right. He's out for the season. I wonder why. I'll tell you what. Your 76er organization is an absolute debacle. They are an absolute debacle. They're a terrible run organization. I don't care who's the GM. I don't care who the head coach. By the way, Nurse, where are you? Oh, yeah, you leave Toronto and you lose because you don't have Kawhi Leonard giving you a championship. I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear it. He stinks. Stinks. So does Doc Rivers.
I don't have much to counter with that. I would say I've pondered many times this year if Nurse rode Kawhi's tail to a title. Yeah.
He did. I mean, nobody can ride Joel Embiid.
Yes, what are the Knicks going to win this year? What are the Knicks going to win this year? You know that
don't you dare! Don't you dare bring out the New York Knicks!
You know that the Sixers,
Please, are you really serious?
Have more wins against the Celtics.
All right, give it to me. Give it to me. Let's hear it. Go ahead. Give me your best take here.
I'm trying to. You're not letting me go.
I don't want to because I think you're out of your mind.
Okay. Well, as you sort of plant the seeds for this postseason run, the Knicks are going to inevitably go on. And Brunson will be back. I can't believe all the Knicks fans are going crazy as if the season's over. Brunson's out. Like that's a pretty good excuse for the way they play lately. He's their best player. He's out. I have no shit. They stink.
Second best player. Sorry.
Behind who?
Karl Anthony Towns. Go ahead.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, really? It's ridiculous. Why is it ridiculous?
Joba, have you ever thrown a fastball at his head?
If you want to, I mean, I can duck and weave and maybe curl up in a ball.
No, they have a challenge. Errol's going to try to steal a base off of him.
Yeah, well, why are you bringing that up? That has nothing to do with the conversation right now. We're talking about something completely different, and you bring up stealing a base with Joba. This is a different story here.
So let me get to the bottom of this. Why do you think Karl Anthony Towns is better than Jalen Brunson? What's your rationale for that?
My rationale?
Just tell me his stats. I don't want to hear about his stats.
Oh, I'm not going to talk about his stats. Okay. What do you want? Where do you want me to go with this? I could go anywhere you want.
I'm curious to see where your brain goes.
All right. He's a great 3-point shooter. How many big men can shoot a 3-pointer? Okay. He's a pretty good rebounder. He's in amongst the league's top 5, top 6 rebounders in the league. He's not the best defensive player, but either is Jalen Brunson. How many big men can shoot like him? How many big men can play the offensive game that he has in the perimeter? Not many. I mean, there's nothing as far as offense.
Is he someone who creates shots for the Knicks offense?
He's not a point guard. What does that have anything to do with it?
No.
Stop this.
Because Joel Embiid is a shot creator.
Krell, you know what? I got it right for the Knicks.
At his best, he's a shot creator. At Karl's best, he is a catch and shoot sniper who uses his size to create space over other players. But he's not a creator. Brunson creates that offense by himself, basically.
You're on drugs. You're on drugs.
I'm not.
Look at where the
I am
Timberwolves.
on drugs, but different kind of drugs.
Look at the Timberwolves and look how up and down the Timberwolves have been of all season long. And
They
why?
have an elite shot creator.
What?
Have you ever heard of Anthony Edwards?
Yeah, I know who Anthony Edwards is. I also know who Karl Anthony Towns. I also heard Anthony Edwards say in the beginning of the season it was a big mistake trading Karl Anthony Towns. Do you remember that? Do you remember that, Austin Powell?
I do.
Do you remember that?
Do you remember that? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So why would he say that if you're talking about Karl Anthony Towns saying, "Oh, he is not an important factor to what the Knicks are," because they are. He is. You see the difference in their game. Now, obviously, you need a point guard to run an offense in the NBA game, but I'm telling you right now, Karl Anthony Towns is more important than Jalen Brunson is.
That's not the same thing as being better.
I think he's better. I think he's better. Dude.
I think you're on meth. You might be on meth.
I'm meth. If I was on meth, I wouldn't be here. I'd be talking like
It is how you're talking, honestly.
Get out of here, Krell.
That's
Get out of here.
how the thought
Krell,
process.
you're losing it. Whatever.
So,
Bug eyes.
wait.
What did you call me? Bug eyes? What did you call me over there?
I didn't call anything.
All right. Maybe I just was thinking.
What's the drug of choice on Long Island?
Listen, I don't know. There's a lot of
Whoa.
stuff here. There's a lot of stuff here. I mean, you can get anything over here.
That, you know what? Long Island guy. It makes sense now.
Oh, screw you. Where are you from? 76erville? You know, Philadelphia?
I'm from suburban Philadelphia.
I rest my case. Aren't you the kind of guys that eat, horse
that a
crap
Jets?
after you win a Super Bowl?
Is that a jet? Well, see, the thing is this. We won.
Don't
Super
talk
Bowls.
about the Jets.
We
Now you're
won
going with the
Super Bowls.
Stop it, Krell. Stop it, Krell. Stop it.
No. You brought this on yourself. I don't want to hear it. You brought it on yourself. You're gonna tell us
I brought this on myself. First of all, my second favorite team is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Just gonna mention
Okay.
that.
what?
Right? Yeah.
Why?
Because I grew up a Donovan McNabb fan. my favorite player.
Why?
Why? What are you talking about? I followed him in Syracuse, followed him in high school. He's my favorite player.
You a
My
Carmelo
whole-
Anthony fan?
What?
You a
What
Carmelo Anthony fan?
Not really. I couldn't stand Carmelo Anthony. No. No.
This makes no sense.
Why? Because
So
he went to
you
Syracuse? Dude, stop this. Krell, you're getting me angry. You're getting me angry now.
It's funny. We
You're
went.
getting me angry,
We
Krell.
interviewed some former football players of the Super Bowl. One of them, Andre Gerard, former Cowboys setter, called Errol a partial Jets fan.
Yeah, well, you know what I have to say to
what,
him.
man?
So,
A partial Jets fan.
Yeah, you're a part. Yeah, it's what you're a New Yorker.
no, yeah, at least I don't eat horse shit. So
That's why. But and you know what? You know I was on Super Bowl
Best
weekend.
buddy was doing it, and climbing poles and trying to throw things at people while he was doing it because they thought they were freaking Spider-Man.
What was
Okay.
it like watching Juan Soto hit that homer to go to the World Series and then have him leave for the crosstown rival?
Okay. All right. Now you're going. Now you're getting too deep here. All right.
Ooh.
And what did he do today? What did he do today? Oh, I'm sorry. He struck out, and the Mets lost.
That's one game.
That's enough for me. That's enough for me. Listen, Krell, and I've got a lot. We got other things to bite down on. Okay. My question to you is,
So
What
many
the hell?
innuendos right now, Errol. Busting balls, bite down on.
bite down? Yes. Listen, you got to cut this up, baby. Speedy, you know all about cutting things up, cutting the cheese especially. Listen, Austin, what's going on? This is an organization that doesn't know how to bring in free agents. This is an organization that lets free agents go. What is going on with this organization? Please sell me something to be excited for this organization in the future.
The Sixers?
Yes.
I mean, are you watching the tournament? If let's say
What
Let's
tournament? What tournament?
the NCAA tournament.
Oh, stop this crap. Here we go. Oh, what do you go? Cooper Flag? You think he's going there?
I don't know.
nuts?
There's a chance.
You get out of here. You're on drugs. They'll never get him. He's not going there.
That's
Utah
what everyone
is-
says until it
Utah
actually
has a better
ends up
chance of
going that
getting
way.
Utah has a better chance of going there, Krell.
Yeah, it's true. They do. I'm not disputing that, but there is a chance that they end up with the pick. There's a sizable chance. In fact,
You know, there's a chance of me jumping off my roof and flying, but it's
I
not
would hope
going to
you
happen.
do.
It's not going to happen. Even with wings, it's not going to happen.
Well, I do like seeing you make yourself look ridiculous. So don't do that.
Well, thank you, Krell. I do like
Once
making
again.
myself look ridiculous all the
Once again.
time. So
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm talking to you right now, so I am
mean,
very ridiculous.
If you're trying to sell your fans on why to buy into next,
I'm also trying to sell to your fans, okay? Not just mine, your fans. you
well,
know?
yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
Job in the mouth. I forgot. I'm sorry.
that's right. It is Joba in the mouth, and Joba, he backs me up on this sometimes. I mean, sometimes not, but I will say this, Krell, and I love you, I think you're a little lost. I think you are a Philadelphia man.
You can't claim that when you barely let me make a point.
You're a lost man. You're a lost keister, man. I mean,
how am I a
seriously.
lost man? What
You're
makes
just
you lost?
I think you're lost, man. I mean, seriously. I just think that you're drowning, and you.
I would
you
argue
can't
that
get
you're
out.
lost because
It's quicksand for you as a Philadelphia
you
fan.
have a Jets background with a New York Yankees hat and a Milwaukee Brewers.
What is
And
it
your
with you?
co-host pitched for the
Here,
Yankees. by the
Krell.
way.
Here, Krell. Here you go, Krell. Here you go.
Oh, this is
Look, Yellowstone, Krell. What's going on here? I'm wearing Yellowstone. Here. Right, what are you going to say now?
Do those tattoos for you?
Look at this. Hey, look. Now you can look at my tattoos. What are you going to say now, Krell? What are you going to say now? I'm done, Krell. There's nothing on me. You want me to take the shirt off? Is that going to make you feel better about it? Seriously.
I hope this is like an NC-17.
This is your attack to me. I'm wearing a Brewers jersey and a Yankees hat.
Well, I don't get
What
why.
are you smoking?
Why are you
Whatever
want
it is.
Why
I got to come to Philadelphia. I'm coming to Philadelphia. Where do you live? Where do you live again? I'll soar over there right now. We could go and sit and smoke a little reefer and shoot the what.
I'll smoke some reefer.
There you go. A little reef. We'll invite Joba. We'll have a nice party. We'll get some hookers. Right? What do you think? We'll invite Joel Embiid because we all know he likes to do that when he goes on his way. What do you think?
James Harden. In fact, I think that's a wild.
He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. He don't drink. He doesn't do anything. I thought you knew him. I thought you knew him.
You're gonna invite James Harden. He loves to go all the clubs.
If I cannot confirm what you are saying, I also cannot validate it or deny it. But I can't go around assuming that you're saying is accurate without knowing it for a fact.
All right, I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna let Speedy and Joba go with their questions. Okay, here we go.
All right,
someone else talks on the show besides.
All right, yeah. Let's go to one positive note for the Sixers. Tyrese Maxey, he got the big contract. He had a great playoff this offseason, or this postseason as well. So obviously the two guys.
Kiss ass right there.
The two guys we were talking about with Embiid and George, not been able to load management. But do you think he could be the number one type option if they try to either rebuild around him or just to build the team differently?
No, I don't think he can. At least not at this stage. I would say with Tyrese, it's too small. Number one. Number two, not a advanced enough playmaker, and I don't think he's shown enough progress as a playmaker to say that's a number one. That's your lead guard. I think you got to put him in a position where he can be the two guard in your offense. I think a lot of what you're seeing, that Knicks series, he was obviously sensational. I think it fortified that he can be a co-star, but I think it's pretty clear that he can't. He sees all the coverages that they have on defense, and he just can't. He's not one to make the advanced reads like a James Harden would. So I think your hope is okay, let's see what Jared McCain is. Tore his meniscus, obviously. So there you have to see what his development looks like, whether it was just a small sample size or a legitimate window into what his career is going to be, because he was the best rookie in the league this season until he got hurt. But I would definitely say Tyrese is probably overworked in the position he's in right now and needs to be more of a shooting guard role than a table setter role.
Austin, do you think as the direction of the team is kind of it's not really this way, it's not this way, it's kind of one of these. Do you think that they'll do anything in the front office? Or do you think that lingers down from the front office into kind of the day-by-day stuff? Obviously, you see it more than we do, but do you think it does in the way they've handled things? Because obviously when it first came out, it was the director of basketball ops that said Joel wasn't going to play. And he was the one that said it first before anybody else. Do you think that takes a toll on either guys or how it is perceived on kind of what direction they're trying to go?
I think so. I think there's a lot of gray area in this because number one, they said one thing all season long, and then it ended up being pushing back the timeline. He's not ready yet. There's this, there's that. So I think everyone thought one thing was going to happen, and the worst case scenario played out instead. So when you take that into consideration, you consider the fact that Daryl Morey was the one who gave him the max extension just before the season started, and the timing was such that he didn't have to do it then. They could have rolled the dice on the season, see how it played out, and then gone. The fact that they committed money to Joel in advance and then it blew up in their faces is quite a gash in against him. So we'll see what this offseason holds. I think if I had to bet, like the likelihood it would be Nick Nurse stays. I think Daryl probably gets to stay for another season, just because knowing this ownership group and experience watching how they function, I just don't see them wanting to have to pay out the ass for two guys who are no longer a part of their organization. I think they'd rather just pay them as employees and then, another season from now, see where things go. But I do think that like they tried to sort of paint this picture of you guys will be tasked with having to carry the water some and carry the weight of this team for a significant portion of the regular season. We're banking on the idea that Paul George can be number 2, Tyrese is number 1, can be the 1 sometimes. And it just like there was health issues with up and down the roster. Coaching was pretty poor most of the season. And like, if I had to ask myself at least once a game, like, why is nobody understand how to get back in transition and defend the basket?
No!
Very, very basic things about basketball. It's a problem. Like, it's a fundamental problem at the base level, which is why I think, like, fundamentally, if no matter what you said preseason, it's just hard to be like, okay, I get it, but something doesn't add up here. Like the way that you execute and go about your business on the court just does not follow a team that had a good plan B for Joel missing all of the season or most.
I don't care. We are talking to On Patterson, 76ers NBA analyst, our friend Austin Krell. Austin, there's a lot to get into with the Philadelphia fans. They're very weird, very creepy, very unique individuals. They very much are. And I remember in the first round of the playoffs where in Philadelphia, New York Knicks fans were piling in Philadelphia.
Yeah, criticized the Sixers fans that. I was very critical of the Sixers fans.
Piled in Philadelphia. Yeah. And all you heard from big mouth doofy Joel Embiid at the end of the game, I'm ashamed of my fans. I'm ashamed of every single fan here. And what did he do? What did he do? Because he's the cheap shot person, big mouth, wannabe, tough guy. He goes and he hurts our big man and then comes out after the series saying, if we were at full strength, we would have beaten them. Now, if you were a fan of somebody like that, if you were a fan of the Philadelphia 76ers, would you like him?
As a person?
Yes.
If Joel Embiid were on my team, I would probably, I would like him. Like emotionally, you're going to be emotionally attached to somebody who produces good feelings for you. Yeah.
Oh, so he gives you that attachment that he gives you good feelings.
He's been one of the great regular season winners of the last.
Who the hell cares? What does that mean? Regular season winners? That's what you're going to sell me right now.
So
you're going to tell me right now, well, he's one of the greatest regular season guys, so I'm going to be happy that I'm paying him $56 million.
So I grasp the criticism of the big salary and the fact that he played 19 games. I grasp that. I also think that in the business of sports, you get paid for what you've done to this point. You cannot possibly pay for the future because you don't know what the future holds, right? I think you get paid for what you've already done. And so at the time, Joel had already put together a resume of being, I'm going to be the buoy of this team for 60 something regular season games a year. And I'm going to drive winning at a high level. So while I grasp that you are critical of the fact that he is right now a liability on a cap sheet, I would say I understand why the contract was given. However, regular season has to matter because you can't possibly have postseason expectations.
Nobody cares about the NBA regular season? Go ask Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, every single one of these ex-players that have come out. By the way, and I want to ask you a serious question because I think the NBA is falling flat on their face because it is no longer the NBA. And I'll tell you again, it's called the LJA, LeBron James Association, because it's all
You guys
about
been listening to this garbage all night. Are you
Well, I'm
serious?
sorry. Yeah,
So-
I'm
so
serious.
you-
100%.
you
LJA.
get job and listen to this nonsense all night with you?
Nonsense.
Oh my God.
It's factual. It's factual. The league is run by LeBron James and Adam Silver kisses his ass. Just like Roger Goodell over the years kissing Robert Kraft and Tom Brady's ass. And then when it fell flat on his face, they suspend him for Deflategate. Okay? Please. You
So
really want me to get it?
Who's that person in baseball? I'm curious. Who's that
I'm
person in
sorry?
baseball?
What
Who's
happened?
the person in baseball? Because you've made the comparison between the NBA and NFL. Who is
Shea
that person?
Ohtani. Shea Ohtani. The guy bet on baseball. The guy bet on baseball, got away with it. Pete Rose is not in the Hall of Fame, and he's thrown away by the MLB. He was one of the greatest hitters of all time. And now Shea Ohtani gets away with it because he's a superstar player. And Rob Manfred, as Joba calls him, or Joba, as everybody else calls him, comes out and says, well, there was nothing found in 2 weeks. Oh, they did their research, man. They really dug deep for that guy. What a crock of you know what. Rob Manfred is a debacle of a commissioner, and Shea Ohtani should have been suspended, throw out of baseball. So, yeah, they're all there. All there. And you can write that. You want to write that about me?
Errol's other
Write it.
favorite is the Dodgers
Write it.
deferred money.
I'm just speaking the truth here. You're going to do something, you're going to throw somebody out, you might as well throw the best player or the second best player in baseball, as me and Joba have fought over and over and over again.
Okay, so Joba, are you saying that he is the best player in baseball?
Yes, Shea Ohtani.
I am, yeah.
Yes, I think Aaron Judge is better.
But do you also?
Aaron Judge is not better than Joba Cheamer, or not better than
Well, how could you say that? How could you say that? Listen, Krell, you don't know anything about baseball. I don't want to get. I do not. Hey, you're a Philadelphia Philly fan, right?
Yeah, I've seen some things in my
Okay,
day.
let me ask you a question.
You have two of my favorite coaches, by the way.
Yeah,
I hate you for that. Rob
Oh,
Thompson
Rob?
and Kevin Long.
Yeah.
Really?
I got a question for you, Austin.
What's Topper like as a guy? I'm just curious. He's very.
Oh.
I'll let you speak.
I mean, he's the best. Like, he ran everything. I'll never forget. He was there at like 4:00 in the morning, shaving, putting spring training stuff together. Like, he's a dude you want to play for. He's just salt of the earth. Like, what he says he means. Like, when he says he cares and loves you, like he does. And he's come on the show. One of my other, like my local ones that I have here, and then Kevin Long's actually married to a girl from Nebraska. So, but yeah, they're great. And Cassidy's there. I got a bunch of guys there that I love watching the Phillies. So, I loved beating them in 09 too. So
I was all 7. I was a 7th grader. I was 13. Yeah.
shut up, dude. Seriously? Golly.
Yeah. Now he's in those parts.
So obviously when Girardi got fired, they were like 8 games under 500, and then Thompson comes in and they go on the run. How would you compare Thompson to Girardi in terms of like
hope you don't.
how they go about their business? And
Two totally complete different people.
interesting.
Joe he's a Northwestern grad, graduated in like 3 years. Very, very much by like the analyticals of all that. And Tomper's more of like, obviously he listens, but he's a feel guy. And like he goes with the pace of the game. And you would think sometimes, obviously Thompson didn't play at the level that, Girardi did. So, which sometimes can be a great thing because you don't overthink it. You don't like, okay, well, runners on second and third, we've got a lefty coming up, and okay, what are we going to do? Let's look at his numbers. I mean, Girardi had a binder, and it had its own profile. So, I mean, he was always looking at, so he was very more analytical. They're both great. Don't get me wrong. They were both great. And obviously I didn't have Thompson as a manager, but I had him as a bench coach and basically ran everything. But more so, like, I think it's just he was less analytical and went more on feel. And they're just very two different personalities. He actually, side note, he grew up down the street from Justin Bieber.
Interesting.
Wow.
Okay. In Canada. Yeah. So like, I guess with Rob, there's a better like feel for the game that I guess your typical player would want more than the analytical, like by the binder type of thing.
Yeah, I mean that's me. I mean there's some dudes that want it right in their face and like I need to know, okay, what's he throw and 1-1 counts, wants to know all the information. And I just feel like Thompson, the way that he did things, and like I said, I had never played for him as a manager, but watching him manage, and we've got to see how he has. And when we had the playoffs a couple of years ago, when we had like Bochy and Baker and Tomper, it was like managers that had feel. Like it felt like an old school where, we had the one where they took out Snell in the playoffs when he was with Tampa Bay because he got to pitch like 93, and after pitch 93, it went bad, and they ended up blowing it. Like, so you got to feel how the game is going, and it's just I think he does a really, really good job at that. And he's just a great dude, more importantly, like just an absolute awesome guy, like do anything for you. Like he had like hip surgery and then he was back like the next day. He's like, yeah, walk 2 miles the next day. And, but he's a gamer, man. He's awesome. I loved him. And K-Long is great too. So they're in good hands over there. That's for
He
sure.
seemed to be beloved amongst the players. So
100%. Love
why-
them.
Well, there's somebody that's not beloved, and that would be a guy with the last name Krell. I'm just kidding. I love you, man. Anyways, Krell, we love you. You're great. I mean, a little lost sometimes. I mean, we got to go and hang out at 76ers game, hang out on the floor because nobody does.
If you come find me, I'm going to have security.
Nobody's going to go, so I'll just go with my fellow Knick fans.
I'll give you. I actually almost looked this up last night because they lost to the Wizards at home, and
Not
the
surprised.
Wizards missed like 5 free throws in a row, so everyone got like the 12 count of Chick-fil-A nuggets. It wouldn't surprise me if the 12 count cost more than the ticket.
Shut up.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't
Wow.
surprise me.
Wow.
There's also an era. This is prior to when I was in the media, but there's an era where they were giving away the giveaways in games were flat screen TVs. You would win a flat screen TV. You go to the game and you win a flat screen TV.
Did you get your flat screen?
No, I didn't go to enough games to have a chance.
Oh, that sucks for
Yeah,
you.
exactly what I was
Anyways, you're going to need one for that Jaws poster right behind you. But
Greatest movie of all time.
there's no question. I love it. Let's see, we have something in common. We love Jaws. I watch the movie over.
Now I gotta change it.
Well, I'm sure you're a Home Alone fan too. I'm
I've
sure.
never seen Home Alone. Never seen it.
Now there's something wrong with you. Now there's something lost in that.
I've never seen Home Alone.
I was really liking you, and then you kind of took a step back right there.
There it is. He's a little lost.
So one thing you guys will learn about me as time goes on. I have some very bizarre things that I've just never, like, foods that I've never eaten, and movies and like television shows that I've never seen. That people are like, how do you
Home Alone's like the holidays.
Yeah, and there's another thing that you're going to learn about him. He still lives home with his mom, right? Is that right, Krell?
This is true. I do live at home. I have a very nice apartment above my house.
I love you, Krell. Krell, I just like throwing curveballs at you, man. But I love you. These interviews are always touching.
You've said it enough that it's a little bit alarming tonight. Yes.
See, now he's just plotting.
Hey,
now he's
listen.
gonna come with next time he's on the show.
Have you grown to 5'2"?
I am not 5'2". I mean, if that's what you wish me to be, I'm not 5'2". But hey, listen, it's all right. It's all right, Krell. I got you, man. Whenever you want to come to Long Island, I'll show you around. It's beautiful over here. You can check it out, and then you can show me Philly. I mean, how dirty it is. I mean, seriously.
Wow.
Anyways, we love you. Thank you, Krell. And by the way, tell the fans how they can find you on social media. And by the way, tell them how they can find your on Patterson 76.
Yeah, so we launched within the last year, and it's the owner of this website founded a website called Crossing Broad, and Crossing Broad merged with a New York based site. I forget think it's called XL Media.
Mhm.
Ever heard of that?
Mhm.
So they're now like owned by that, and so I'm familiar with some of the people who are with XL in New York. But yeah, you can find me there on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, at NBA Krell. I cover the NBA and getting into the draft right now. So,
Oh, well, good. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. We do love you. And whenever you want to come on here for me to bash you, I'm more than welcoming you.
I'm
to
so
come
excited
on.
for that Knicks first round exit. It's going to be glorious.
Oh, really? Oh, you want to put a bet on that, Austin Krell? Do you want to put a bet on it? Let's do it. How much you want to bet? How
What's
much
the resume? Show me the resume. What
I'll
have they
tell you
done?
what, just make a bet. You put it on, and I'll make the bet. What do you want to bet?
I can't bet on in the NBA. I'm not allowed.
I'm sorry. I'll tell you what. We'll talk off it. Okay.
Mom made rules. I
All
can't
right.
have I can't have the pizza rolls.
Tell Mom she can invite me over for dinner. Okay.
Oh, that's a little bit weird. Okay.
You could make him wear a Steph Curry jersey.
That's never going to happen. Anyways, thank you very much, Mr. Krell, and we will talk to you soon. But buddy, I'm serious. We should talk up there. I'm excited to see. I really do appreciate all the time, and you are great. So I just like messing around with you, man.
Believe me, I'm always game for some Errol Mark shenanigans.
What could I say? I'm a gift. I don't know if I'm a gift.
You're
I'm a
certainly
log.
something.
It's
You're
something.
He's
I
like
don't
herpes.
care.
He is like herpes. That it's more,
The gift that keeps on giving.
Well, I don't know about that. So whatever herpes
You just
you
yeah,
have.
because you never know when you're going to come on the show. You never know when you're going to get the herp. So.
What are you telling me? I'm a puss, a little puss ball? What the
You're
hell? Goodbye, Austin. Thank you, Austin Krell.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, fantastic as always. We love him. I knew it was going to be a little crazy, and Austin and me we've grown to like each other somewhat. But I actually like Austin. He's a great personality. He does a great job right now.
Hey, were you just joking that he actually still lives at home?
He does. He still lives at home. Yeah.
That's
Dude,
awesome.
dude, let me tell you something. When I say something, it's not bullcrap.
I know, but then he said it's like, yeah, I got one above.
He does. He lives above from his bed. I know Austin very, very well.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
Good
I know
for
him very,
him.
very well, and he's a good dude. I'm not saying that he's not, but he's
How old is he?
Austin is
Probably my age.
He's Speedy's age.
He said he was 13, Jabba.
His
when
7th
one.
grade in 09.
Yeah. So do
Which
that.
I think in
math.
2008 I was in 8th grade, so I'm probably a year older than him.
Earl,
So
take it
around
off.
30.
Let's go.
Take what? Is that what you want me to do? All
Good
right,
he was getting excited.
we got to move on, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we got Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
Say you're sorry. It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what means. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lloyd. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lloyd, you guys, enough.
It's time for Save Your Tears.
Sitting on this wire, it's been up my ass the whole show.
You love it.
I don't know about that.
Well,
All right.
the two-time defending champion, myself, Aaron Fishman, despite being sick with COVID, still able to win last time, is here to present another episode of Save Your Tears. Tonight, we're going to do Sweet 16 games from tomorrow. So it's going to be those 4 squads, and it's going to be a little different. So you can take a look right here at how it's going to look. They do guards, 3 guards, and 2 forwards. Oh, wait, hold on. Wrong one. I'll share this.
Oh,
That's
Lord.
the old one. Share screen over to bingo. So what we're going to do is we're going to have 3 guards and 2 forwards.
How dare you?
Because that's how they do it in the scoring, and no one's trying to do more math than that. Guys, we have the guards up here on the screen. Braden Smith from Purdue, $5. Chaz Lanier, in the first column of guards at least. Chaz Lanier, Tennessee, $4. Kobe Bray, followed by Milos Uzan and Jaden Akins for $1. And again, think about this while you're doing this. You have to pick the teams that win because they get to play twice, right? So when you pick it, it's a little bit different this game compared to the NBA games where they're going to play the same amount of games. So now as you do that, keep an eye because I put the teams down in case you don't know the players that well where they're playing. So if you don't think they're going to make it to the Final Four, you might, or the Elite 8, you might not want to take them despite their price point. Zakai Ziegler is the next $5 guard in the second column. LJ Cryer from Houston, followed by Jace Richardson, son of anybody?
Quentin Richardson?
No, Jason Richardson from
Jason
Michigan State as
Richardson.
well. Yes. So Trey Holloman, $2, and Lamont Butler, $1 in that column.
Lamont.
Then your boy Lamont. And then we got $5 for Sean Padula from Ole Miss. The guard has been killing it. Otega Owe, followed by Trey Donaldson from Michigan. Tahad Pettiford from Auburn, and Jordan Gainey rounds out the guards. The first forward column, it's really forward center, right? Johnny Broom from Auburn's $5. Danny Wolf, one of the Twin Towers of Michigan, at $4. Amari Williams from Kentucky at $3. Juwan Roberts and Chad Baker-Mazara from Auburn rounds it out. And the last column, Trey Kaufman-Wren from Purdue for $5. The other Twin Tower, Vladislav Golden from Michigan. Malik Dia, Joseph
Rolls
Tugler,
right off your tongue.
and Cohen Carr. Well, oh, listen, I'm Jewish and I'm from a Russian part of Brooklyn. I know how to pronounce these names. I'm good with these. Guys, again,
you know other names too, but I don't want to scare your wife away.
Hey, now.
Well,
you know.
Well, I love it.
Hey, now.
I still love her. Don't worry. Go ahead.
All right, so
She's
we are
gonna
going
choke me after this show.
let me find that other file that's going to get the one that says Sweet 16 so that we can get it up on a bigger screen so you can make your picks. There it is. Buffering.
I got to before we get to this, I got to shout out my buddy for the Sweet 16. He's got the Arkansas Texas Tech game tonight in California, and then another friend of ours has the first game tomorrow. So we got some Nebraska love in the referee action.
Excellent. So we got our intern Manny with us. Manny, we're going to start off with you, man. Who you got in our first column here? And again, try to go column by column because it's a little bit more confusing than the NBA version that way.
Okay, column by column. I was going to start with my $5 one was going to be Kaufman-Wren from Purdue. But if you want me to start from left to right, I can do that one.
Well, I could put in Kaufman-Wren. That's no problem. Okay. If you know a guy right off the bat, obviously you could say that.
Okay. Then that was for $5. So for $2, I'll take Uzan from Houston. And then LJ Cryer from Houston for $4.
See where you're leaning here.
I was just about to say, you better hope they win, dog.
All right. This is actually a pretty cool twist to the game, right?
All right. So I have what? I have $4 left.
So, yeah, Speedy, you got to do the math for us here.
5, 2,
9.
You got $4.
Yeah, you got $4.
Okay.
You're right.
And
Goody, great math skills, dude.
I need 1 and 1. I'll take Baker-Mazara from Auburn. And then with my 3, I'll take Trey Donaldson for my last guard.
All right, Baker-Mazara and Donaldson. And just to show you the list, over here, if it lets me, over here, there you got Uzan, Cryer, Donaldson, Baker-Mazara, and Kaufman-Wren. Goody, we're going to throw it back to you now, man. You haven't played in a couple of weeks, I think, right?
That's right.
Let's get it going. Let's see if you can bring back that Orlando magic that you have.
I have zero idea who any of these players are.
It's all luck.
Haven't watched one game.
So in this case, think you have the teams that they're on. Who do you think is going to advance to the most games? And that's probably your best bet at doing well.
Yeah, zero clue. With I don't know. Let's go Kobe Bray.
All right.
Let's go Lamont.
Lamont Butler.
Yeah. I'll take
I don't know.
I'll take Sean Padula.
Padula. You like the name Padula?
Yeah, Padula Obligala.
Jesus.
All right. Speedy, do the math. Speedy, math me. Let's go, bro.
You got 6 left.
Ooh. I'm going to take Chad Baker-Mazara.
Mazzara.
And then Trey Kaufman-Renn.
All right, and Kaufman-Renn. All right.
I hope Purdue wins. You better hope, because then boom, bang, 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 bang. I don't think Purdue's winning, by the way. So.
Couldn't even tell you who they're playing. Don't even know.
All right, so there's Goody's team: Bray, Butler, Padula, Mazzara, and Kaufman-Renn. I am the defending champion, but I will just go anyway while we're doing this.
See how he wants to say that? He's like, I'm the defending champion.
I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Back-to-back defending champion.
I don't
of
care.
this game. All right, I'm gonna go with Lanier from Tennessee.
Terrible pick.
I am gonna take your boy Butler as well.
Good pick.
That's not.
I like Owe.
Oh, terrible.
So that's, what am I at? 9. I got 6 left. I want. Everyone's taking Kaufman-Renn.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Ooh, good point. Excellent point. I'm gonna probably stay with one of these bigs from Michigan. So I'm gonna take the big Russian over there because I enjoy watching him, and he'll be in at the end of the game because he's a great free throw shooter. And that leaves me how much, Speedy? Do I got $1 or 2?
2.
So that gives me. Do I want to do that or Mazzara?
Not stopping you from doing it.
That doesn't really set me up in a good spot, but I guess I'll spend the 2. We'll take Roberts.
No, I'm not embracing it.
All right,
That's not
so
a
mine.
winning team.
You know what, Goody? I just don't like the tone of your voice.
I'm naming them out.
Let's call it how I see it.
That's it, man. It's all good. So I got Lanier, Butler, Owe, Roberts, and Golden. We're gonna go to Speedy next.
All right, give me in the first guard spot. Give me Jaden Akins, and then Kai Ziegler in the second guard spot.
99% of the world would too.
Give me Pettiford, give me Janai Broom, and I'll take Joseph Tugler.
Ah,
Broom.
the old Tugmeister over there.
Yeah, I included him purely for his name.
Tugler.
There we go. And Speedy's team, as a recap, just make sure you said it real fast. Aikens, Ziegler, Pettiford, Broom, and Tugler. We're not checking your math, and we trust your honor code, Speedy. All right, moving on to Joba.
Yeah, I'm going to go Akins as well. Then I'm going to go Cryer. Then I'm going to go Trey Donaldson. Then I'm going to go...
Got 7 left, Java.
Yep. And then I'm going to go Williams and Vladislav.
Vlad, the three-throw impaler. Golden. All right. And here is your squad. Akins, Cryer, Donaldson, Williams, and Golden. Last up, Errol Marks.
All right. I'm going to go Chaz Lanier, Ziegler, Tahad Pettiford.
Got 4 left.
I will go Jawan Roberts, and I'll go Joseph Tugler.
The Tugster.
All right. And again, there's your team. Errol, Lanier, Ziegler, Pettiford, Roberts, and Tugler. Guys,
his name's Pedophile, okay? I'm just letting you know.
Well, I don't know why you picked them then. But, guys.
By the way, I had to take off that jersey because of the old Krell man. I got to put it back on. Don't worry.
I thought the jersey effect, it was good. The color scheme was good and everything. That guy's
take it off.
That guy's from Philly. Nobody cares what he thinks. He's wrong anyway.
He was such a hater. He's such a hater.
Guys, that's Save Your Tears for tonight. Again, we'll be counting these up and going over the results Monday, and the winner gets a chorus of compliments from the losers. See you guys next time.
No, jumping for joy. Speaking of last time, well, it's the first time, the American League Central wins totals were released, with the Twins projected the highest, followed by the Tigers, the Royals, the Guardians, and the White Sox in the last by far. The White Sox have the lowest in baseball, projected at just 53.5 after breaking a record last year. Wins after winning just 41 games last year. The Guardians are projected at 82.5 wins after losing Andreas Jimenez and Josh Naylor and getting back Carlos Santana and Shane Bieber. The Royals are projected at 83.5 wins after trading for second baseman Jonathan India and signing all-star reliever Carlos Estevez. The Tigers are also projected at 83.5 wins after an active offseason signing players like Gleyber Torres and Jack Flaherty. The Twins are projected at 84.5 wins despite spending the second least money this offseason and losing all-star Carlos Santana and Max Kepler. Well, this is an interesting division. This is one of the worst divisions in baseball. It always is. And there is no more Terry Francona. I know that's, Joba and Goody's favorite, but he's in Cincinnati now. But honestly, you look at this division, I like the Tigers. I like what the Tigers are. I like their youth. I like their pitching. I love what the Tigers are, what the Tigers were last year. The thing is, with the Tigers, they don't do it very well back-to-back years. Now, they're expected to have 83 wins, but I think their pitching, adding Jack Flaherty, I think he's a good pitcher. I think they have one of the best pitchers in baseball. Didn't he win the Cy Young last year, if I'm not mistaken?
Unanimously.
Yeah. So I mean, they have a great pitching squad. They have a bunch of young players. I think the Tigers are going to be a lot better than 83 wins. I could see them at 87, 88 wins. I think they're a lot better than people think. Now, the Guardians are, I do believe, every year everybody thinks the Guardians are out, but they always find a way. This is an organization that always finds a way with their pitching. Their relief pitching is one of the best in baseball. I don't think anybody can argue that. And their pitching, when healthy, they have one of the best pitching coaches in all of baseball, and they find ways to win with their pitching. So I expect the Guardians to have more wins than 82.5. I expect them to have between 87 and 88. I think they're a lot better than people think as well. I think a lot of these teams are going to have higher win totals. The Royals, another team that, what are they expected over here?
They're also 83.
83.5. I think they're going to have more. I think they're going to win between 87 and 88 too. I think I'm not giving you the totals. I think all these teams are going to be closer. The Tigers, the Guardians, the Royals, they're all going to be closer to 87, 88 wins. They're borderline playoff teams. Now, as far as the other teams, I don't trust the Twins. I don't. I'm not going to trust their roster because every year they look really, really good in the first half and then they fall off in the second half. I think they have a lot of overpaid players. They do have a good pitching. They're very good pitching. Their rotation's really good. Their relief pitching is good, like all the other teams. But something tells me this is a team that's just going to completely debacle this year. And the White Sox are just absolutely horrendous. I know they won today, but they're horrendous. They have nothing to look forward to this year. Whoever has a good season is probably going to be traded at the trade deadline. I look at all these teams, and I think it's with the Guardians, the Royals, and the Tigers. They're going to be fighting to win this division. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm just quoting this, I wouldn't be surprised if the Tigers win this division. I really like the Tigers this year. I like the rotation. I think that this is a year that the Tigers could surprise a lot of people. And of last year falling short, and they did fall short in the playoffs, I expect them to be a lot better this year. I expect the youth, some of the young guys that they've been talking about in the offseason to be called up. And I expect the Tigers and the Guardians fight to win this division. I think all three of these teams can actually make the playoffs. Crazy to say that with the American League East, but I don't know if I trust Baltimore, and I'll say it again, we'll get into that. Baltimore's pitching staff, and as good as Boston looks on paper, I question the Red Sox if they're actually going to get along in that locker room when they start to lose. So I think that this division could really surprise a lot of people and be a lot better than people think.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think you look at the top 4 teams, they're all pitching strong. Where are they going to be hitting strong? Because I think the Tigers offense, it took a while for them to get going. Spencer Torkelson, who was their top young player for a while, got sent down to the minors, and it really took a second half emergence for them. And the Royals, I think, were the 3rd worst OPS last year collectively. And that
was last year.
I know.
This
That
is
was,
this year.
no. I'm not dissing the Royals. I actually think they have the highest in terms of the the highest upside potential with their hitting.
Disagree.
The pitching wise, I think the Tigers still have the highest upside too. And you have a guy like Jackson Joba that could come up. Jack Flaherty going back there. I like that move. I think they're all right there. Cleveland, they didn't do enough in the offseason to replace those guys in the lineup. Can they get enough depth? Their depth was in question last year in the playoffs. Can they get enough depth with their hitting? And the Twins, they're kind of stuck in that mediocrity stage. Now, they usually do well every other year type thing, but again, they didn't do much in the offseason to trust them. I would say Tigers and Royals, I probably trust the most right now. Of those 4 teams, I think they're all going to be clustered. You're not going to get 3 playoff teams, I don't think, like last year, because I don't think the White Sox will be like 41 wins bad. They'll probably still be awful, maybe the worst team in baseball, but I think there's enough powers in the AL East to keep them all out.
All 3 teams are making the playoffs.
I could see a Tigers Royals cluster for the 1 and 2. Cleveland will be right on that borderline, I think, and then the Twins is where I would go.
Yeah, I think the Royals did a lot more than people think. And obviously, when you have one of the best players in baseball, that helps. And if you guys haven't watched Bobby Witt Jr. play, he is fun to watch. And you brought guys back like, walking, then bringing over Jonathan India, and they're going to need to piece it together. They're going to need some guys around him.
Pascantino and Melendez have some potential too that I think is
Melendez. I think has a bigger upside. I do believe that, but then I think obviously Skubal is self-explanatory, even though he lost today. But it's the Dodgers. Ohtani went deep, obviously. But yeah, getting India I think is huge.
He's one of the best athletes in the world.
It's crazy.
I think if Joba has a chance to get on his hands and knees and suck Ohtani off, I think he would. I really do believe it.
I wish I was as good as him. 100%. I'm not putting anything in my mouth. I can promise you that.
By the way, I believe Bobby Witt Jr. is going to win the MVP in the American League this year. That's my prediction.
But he's a monster, man.
He's very good. So is Pascantino.
Yeah. And then you got obviously with Job, and see if he can with the Tigers. And obviously, Skubal winning the Triple Crown and the Cy Young. Will their lineup be able to hit? That'll be interesting to see. They added some pieces that I didn't hate. The Guardians, I don't know, because they didn't. I mean, yeah, they brought back Santana, which that dude will steal more dip from you than anybody in the planet. And they have one of the most underrated players in all of baseball in Rammer and Jose. But I just felt like they needed to do a little bit more from the pitching side. And, see if some of these guys hold up. I think, if Tanner Bibby stays healthy, I think that will help. And just for me, it's like the White Sox,
they're out of the equation.
I mean, I don't know what to say or how to say it, because it's just like
that's tough.
It's bad, man. And I don't know if you've ever felt like this, Goody, but I've never felt like I've been on a team where I can already literally plan my vacation for the day after. And it's God, I just don't know, because then what you fall into and what sucks. I mean, they added some decent stuff like Maton and obviously Robert's a monster, but that's when you start playing for yourself and you get selfish, and it doesn't bode well. I was so grateful and thankful to never be in that position, but you look at this lineup and you're like, really, what are we doing here? And and it's great for some of these younger kids so they get a chance, And I mean, it's just I don't know what good old Willie Venable is going to do over there. And love Will, he's great. Played basketball at Princeton actually too.
Yes.
And so, and they got Marcus Timms, who I played with.
Yeah,
I think,
Marcus.
and Grady's still over there, right? They didn't let him go after the interim,
I
did
don't
they?
think so.
I don't
So
think so.
yeah, I mean they've got some guys. Drew Butera's the catching coach. Good Lord, they do got some guys. And I think they got better coaches than they do players.
They might have to sub in at some point.
I know, right? They'd be like, all right, we gotta take over a 25-man spot. But yeah, I got the Royals. I got the Royals. That's my pick.
Obviously, it's Cleveland and Detroit are at the top for me. Cleveland produces their pitching factory over there. Tanner Bybee apparently has food poisoning, so he obviously was scratched today. Ben Lively gets flown on a whim to Kansas City, throws 5 innings, gives up 3 runs, like damn near a quality start. Then you get to their bullpen, right? So if we get to their bullpen, they have the best bullpen in Major League Baseball. That's not a question. Backed by Clase, and then you have Hunter Gaddis, and then you have Heron, then you have Smitty, and then they added Paul Sewald, who's another veteran. And as we keep going down the list, you have Tristan McKenzie, who could find his way as a swingman, if not go back into the rotation. And then talking about the rotation, you have Bybee, who just signed an extension, so he's feeling comfortable there. You're going to get Shane Bieber back at some point in the year. We don't know, obviously, hopefully sooner rather than later, depending on how his Tommy John surgery recovery goes, which seems to be going and trending in the right direction. They added Luis Ortiz to the mix. Power arm. Ben Lively he's an innings eater guy. I mean, he's one of my good friends. He's a guy that just go out there and just eat innings, save the bullpen whenever they need him. He's very mellow, low key, and just gets the job done. And then you have Logan Allen, another young guy who's coming in, and these guys were just on one of the biggest stages in baseball the year before. So they have playoff experience. They know what it feels like to have their backs up against the wall and then to respond to that. You add Santana, Carlos Santana, another veteran, another veteran presence in the clubhouse. Johanski Noel, Big Christmas, had a big moment in the playoffs there. Like you can't discredit what they did last year, and and the amount of things that they learned in the playoffs.
I heard that dude was bigger in person than he looks on TV, but he looks gigantic on TV too.
Oh, he's massive. Yeah. I mean, he's a presence in the box, right? So like anytime you're going to see somebody, he's a presence in the box, and he's liable to pop off a homer anytime. And he showed that, right? So he's obviously probably going to be a high strikeout guy, but he's a high strikeout, high homer guy is what I'm saying. Then we go down the list. Arias won second base. At some point, we're going to see Bazana, I'm assuming this year, depending on what happens and injuries. And he was the first pick overall, and the dude absolutely rakes. And then we go shifting to around the infield. You have Rocchio, who's a stud. And then rounding off the infield, you have Jose Ramirez, who we know is one of the best players in Cleveland history, if not the best, and one of the best players in MLB. Their outfield, Stephen Kwan. They just traded for Nolan Jones, who can play third base as well. Outfield's a shaky spot for me. I don't know how Noel's going to be in right field. Lane Thomas is in center field with Schneemann. That's going to be their question. The question mark for me. Manzardo can hit, but I think Cleveland is poised to be. They're in a really good position to win the Central, and then obviously, we've talked about Detroit. Detroit's the other team who I think can come in and really make a statement in this league as well. They've added some pieces. They have John Brebbia, who's a former Yankee, former San Francisco Giant. He's bounced around the league. He's a veteran presence in the bullpen. They added Tommy Kahnle from New York as well. So their bullpen is pretty stout. I like what they're doing there. They're starting pitching. We'll see what we can get out of Casey Mize. Tarek Skubal, he had a bump in the road today, but he'll get back on track. It's one game. Who cares? And it's opening day. Like, there's a lot going on. They added Gleyber Torres. We'll see if he can turn it around defensively. Offensively, we know he's going to hit. Spencer Torkelson, we don't know. There was a lot of talk about him in spring training. But the guy that I think he actually lives in my neighborhood, but the guy that I think that can really ball out and carry the team is Riley Green. Excellent outfielder, stud hitter, very low key guy, not like, too much in the media. But I really do. I like those two teams. I like the matchup they had last year. I'm excited to watch those two teams play, and that's not something I say very often. But I would love to see a Skubal versus Bybee or a Skubal versus Shane Bieber when he gets back kind of matchup. As far as the Twins go, I don't know really. They look decent on paper, but it's Minnesota. You never really know. Like, they had some good teams that they just don't. To me, they just don't get it done. Like, they might look good, they might be projected to win the most amount of games, but when push comes to shove, I just don't see that team getting it done. There's something in my gut that it's like they can get all the way there and then they're going to crumble. The White Sox are out, and then the Royals are another good team. I think the Royals, like you just hashed on that right there. The Royals have a great team: Bobby Witt Jr., Pasquantino. Their pitching staff is good. They have a couple coaches from Cleveland that are actually over in with Quarcharo and their pitching coach. But
they're getting all
I don't
the
know. Yeah, exactly. So, they know how that organization is ran. But like we talked about, the biggest thing is depth. And when somebody goes down, who can you bring up? And to me, I think Cleveland, injuries are going to happen to pitchers, unfortunately. And the depth that they have and the factory that they have in AAA is ridiculous. And they're just going to next man up mentality. And not to mention, you can't discredit Stephen Vogt and what he did his first year there as well.
Goody, I'm curious what you think about Lane Thomas, who you guys got in the middle of the season, at the deadline last year. He's bat third for you guys today. I look at that roster and I say that's the linchpin right there. If that guy has a big year, then this team really can go somewhere. What do you know about him? And, what can you tell us about his prospects this year?
I rubbed elbows with him a little bit, or I knew about him a little bit in Washington and AAA, and he seemed like a nice guy, like a good clubhouse guy. I got to watch him just a little bit before I took my opt-out again and went back to New York. So I don't really have too much on him other than he's a gamer, Yeah. I mean, he shows up in big moments and he puts it on. I know he got a lot of flack at the trade deadline, especially from Cleveland fans, because you're like, what are we doing? We're getting Lane Thomas. Like, who is this guy? And then he goes out
in the private chat with Fish and Reno Johnny.
Yeah, well, then he struggled for a little bit, and people were on him, and then he comes up with a monster homer, and it's like, then people forget about everything. It's like what you do in the playoffs is Joba can speak to this. Nothing really, I mean, it matters, but it doesn't really matter. All that matters is the postseason, and what you do in the postseason can be such a career-defining moment that you can have, and he had that in Cleveland, and I think he's going to ride that high. Dude, when you go to Cleveland, you love Cleveland. The people embrace you there. Whether you suck, whether you're good, it doesn't matter. It's a town that cares about their sports teams, and like you want to be there and you want to perform for them.
So I just wanted to add a couple of things before we get into our newest segment, guys. We're going to talk about in a second. Jonathan India, second baseman, right? Well, today he played third base and left field and led off for the Royals. If they have this kind of roster versatility, because they have a good second baseman, at least defensively, in Massey, he got to hit an RBI today. Sal Perez, obviously. Salvador Perez, one of the best in the business.
I don't think he ages. Like, he literally does not age. It's unbelievable.
They have a pretty good top half, 2/3 of a lineup that teams are going to have to deal with. And I think they can mix and match and put guys like India all over the place. That gives you such versatility that, even if you don't have the depth of a Cleveland, that allows you to compete with them. And I think the Royals are for real. I think India's in for a big year. The second thing I think is true is Shane Bieber is going to be the biggest addition to any team this year. When he comes back, that's a Cy Young Award winner who's been playing hurt, playing through it, and still gaming it out. Now he's going to get healthy, and that I expect him. Maybe he's not the same as he was, but I expect around 90% of it, and that's a big shot in the arm, bigger than anyone's going to get. And after that, it's going to be the Luis Robert sweepstakes, guys, this year. That someone's going to pay for him, because they're not going to be ready for a number of years, and they're not going to make the same mistake. I hope they don't make the same mistake they did with Eloy Jimenez, when people would have given a lot for him and they held on to him and he was hurt all the time, and now he's gone and they got nothing. They have to sell Robert and Robert rather. And it's going to be the big deal of the season.
You're right with Kansas City. They do have a really good infield. They have a very stud infield, and they added Kevin Biggio as well. So just another Biggio's just a name, obviously Stad playing, but no, you look like you just bounce around. Vinny Pasquantino, Bobby Witt, Jonathan India can play anywhere. Michael Garcia, Mark Canha, like Kevin Biggio. I mean, these guys are legit. Like they're gonna I think the Central will be a gauntlet, and teams will. It's going to be close. Obviously, I'm pulling for Cleveland, and I think that they will win it. But I think it's going to be a very tight knit race to the end, and it's really going to be fun to watch.
For sure. So, are you guys ready, Errol? The way this is going to work is these guys are going to share some stories, and you're going to get to interject with either questions or drops that you think would fit for the stories that they are telling. Guys, this is going to be our newest segment. This is Bullpen Life with Joba and Nick Goody.
Let's not. I don't care.
So the way it's going to work, this is opening day edition, but generally this is going to be just stories and things about the bullpen, life in there that you wouldn't know.
Bag of donuts over there.
A regular Joey Bag of Donuts wouldn't know if they did not play in the game. So you guys are going to get to share a little bit. We're here to find out some information and listen to Errol's interpretive dances.
Some stories from the pen. Most of them are probably X-rated. Wouldn't be really good for might be good for the show. Probably not good for the show.
Good for me, good for you. It's good for both.
Well, opening day stories is generally the idea for today, and we'll have a theme each time.
Well, Joba will have definitely more opening day stories, as he's made more opening day rosters than I have. But I'll let you lead this off.
Opening day ones, it was interesting because obviously I came up into my rookie year, so I didn't know. Well, I didn't know that we were supposed to dress up for opening day, and here comes everybody in. I'm just I'm in a regular just collared shirt and just jeans, and everybody's walking in suits and stuff, and I'm like, was there a memo for this? Did I miss it? And this is my first full year. My first spring training break in camp, and I was like, Are we supposed to wear? I know we have to travel with suits, but do we have to wear them to a game? So in my mind, I'm thinking, we have to wear a suit to every game. I'm like, this is gonna suck. And no, it's just obviously some people take their fashion to an extreme, but yeah. So I was literally shitting bricks because I'm I didn't know if I was supposed to wear a suit. Everybody comes in and I'm just the young guy making my first ever opening day, and I'm like, oh no, I have to wear a suit. So then my dumbass wore a suit the next day, and nobody did.
Hell yeah! We had an opening day in Seattle. I think it was 2018, and I went to Filson, which is the staple in Seattle. It's a outdoor, rugged. I brought the bag. I think I brought the bag to New Orleans. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But I remember walking in there and you're all right, my money's guaranteed this year. I know what I'm making. So and they have pricey stuff in there. So I walk in there and I'm looking around and I'm like, I need a backpack because that's what we wear to the field. We wear a backpack, or some people have their Louis Vuitton this and that, and I don't care about the $5,000 whatever bags. That stuff really gets me going. Really gets the juices flowing. But I walked in, I set my eyes on a leather backpack from Filson. I picked it up. It was $900, and I said, "Yes, I'll take it." Went to the field. Mind you, we're in Seattle. Went to the field, showed up. I'm feeling fresh. I actually grabbed I grabbed a blazer type thing that they have there too. And then sitting in the bullpen, and I'd been to Seattle before, so I was kind of anticipating this. But opening day is a big deal in Seattle, man. And they I don't know if the listeners know this, but weed is legal in Seattle, and they know how to sneak it in.
They have weed Ubers.
They know how to sneak it in. And so we're sitting, I didn't know that, but we're sitting in the bullpen, dude, and probably like the third inning, I swear the whole stadium smelled like straight skunk. And I was just like, I like it. I was like, I like it.
Robert's gonna smoke some weed after all his random drug tests.
I'm like, win or lose, these guys are going home happy and hungry, and I'm about it. All right. The Seattle was tight. 2019, I blew out, and then my next opening day was 2020.
Pain.
Yeah, it was painful. 2020, we opened up in an empty stadium.
Right,
So,
pandemic.
yeah, it was absolutely awful. I think they try to mimic everything with. I had like cardboard cutouts of my family out in the stands, and I'm just like,
Jesus,
this is so stupid. And I won't get into that too much, but it really was stupid.
Mario.
Did you ever have to carry the bag?
How about
when you made your first opening day?
No, not my. Actually, yes, I did. There was like 3 of us there that we walked across the field. I think we had either a Dora Explorer bag that I had to, and they were like, "Hey, you need to fill it up." And I'm like, "Fill it up with what?" And they're like, "Snacks." By the way, whenever you see, if you go to a game early and you see the bullpen guys walk out across the field, the youngest or the most rookiest pitcher has to carry a backpack or roll a bag. We actually had a roller bag too. Like
I had a pink Yankees backpack.
See, that's tight. I had I think it was Dora the Explorer that I had, and they're like, "You got to fill it up," and I'm like, "Fill it up," and they were like, "Snacks," and so I went to the store. I probably spent, I don't know, $50 in snacks.
I'm gonna trust a medical professional.
Bro, when I got there, I got absolutely shit on by everybody about all the snacks that I didn't get. And so I was like, you know what? I'm like, F this. I actually have more time than him. And then one of the other guys got it. He went to the store, probably spent $200 on snacks, brought it back, and when I swear to you, when we walked down to the bullpen the next day, it was like a damn charcuterie board. Like we had the Twix, the Snickers, the Laffy Taffies, the beef jerky, the anything and everything, the Red Hot, the Gorilla Snot, which is sticky.
They had thank God I had Ron Vallone, because he had been on like 17 teams in like year 26 or whatever. And he goes, "Hey kid, I'm going to give you 2 things. If he's got a nice piece, just acknowledge it. Don't make it awkward." And he goes, "Make sure that bag is full of all the goodies." And so he was like, "Just go ask people." Like Joe Kerrigan wanted a regular Hershey's bar and a Diet Coke. So like I went and like asked everybody, because this is before like they had like the healthy rules. So I mean, Doug, we were getting like McDonald's.
Fish, you would have loved it.
It sounds great.
It was years ago.
We were getting like McDonald's like pregame at the old stadium. Like they would fancy it up, and I'm like, this is just Mickey D's, dog. And so we had all those. So I didn't have to do what you did and go to the store. So it was like, be like, okay, I need Red Bull, but then it's like, okay, you need gloves, you need Advil, Tiger Balm Red Hot if somebody else uses something else. And so you're like, and then if you don't do it for like one of the older guys, because some will bring their own stuff, but basically this is just like a little convenience store in the bullpen where people get hungry and do all that, because it's stocked with seeds and stuff usually. So you just bring like the good.
Yeah, but if you bring seeds down, dude, you're getting absolutely shit on, because they're like, you can just get seeds right from the bullpen or right from the dugout. Like, or seeds and gum. They're like, what are you doing?
Did you guys ever flick pumpkin seeds?
Yes, and we did. And Robertson showed us how to roll up the. Well, I guess it looks like I'm rolling a J right now, but roll up a gum wrapper and then shoot it into the ceiling.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
He was really good at that.
Yeah, he was. And they were still there when I was there. There was like 700 gum wrappers stuck into the ceiling.
He did it all the time. It was great. Yeah, he did. Have you heard this Robertson story? You're talking about Dave, right?
Yeah.
He he has gigantic calves.
Yes.
He literally, like, we were playing at a golf tournament, and he goes, I can't wear shorts when I play golf because I look at my calves and I want to swing too hard.
No, I'm not embracing it.
That is a true dead ass story.
I would admit, I mean, the interactions I've had, that's
Men in
pretty
black,
far on
men
course. That's pretty far on course.
Oh, good old D-Rob.
Yeah, but anyway, the bullpen stories, man, it's a lot of what I brought up before. You know, you're talking about, is life a simulation? Are the pyramids made by real people?
I don't care.
Epstein Island. Yeah, I know you don't care,
I don't
Errol,
care.
but when you sit down there for 162 games, you have to bring some topics to the table. And a lot of it's questioning reality and life. And if
you're down that day and know you're not pitching, you ain't got no draws on, you ain't got no undershirt, nothing.
But
It just always looks like you guys are having a good time back there. That's what it feels like. It's what
because we're debating life, and you're checking out for you're on the look for well, not necessarily me, but the single guys are on the look for good-looking females.
You know what? That sounds like a story for another time in Bullpen Life.
I never heard of skin flute.
Great segment. Errol, back to you, my friend.
Oh, I was enjoying the soundboard. I'm just enjoying myself, just sitting here enjoying. No jersey on because Mr. Austin Krell made me take it off. But it's okay, Austin. It's okay that I made you look like an absolute fool. I'm just kidding. Austin, you're fantastic. But
we love you, Austin. We love you.
We do. We love him. He likes to play with himself. I think he does. I mean, he lives home with mommy. Anyways, let's go. Let's go to Let's Parlay, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
So let's parlay.
Enjoy. You know who that laughing sensation is? That's Reno Johnny, who was absolutely wrong on his bracket. It's an absolute joke.
Yes, Florida.
Have you seen the bracket? I was wrong once. Wrong once.
And now you're going to see all your teams go falling down. That's right. That's where it's
I called 14 of Sweet 16 teams, including Arkansas.
Oh my!
I was wrong on UNC.
That's very impressive.
You know what's impressive? When all his teams.
So I was wrong, or I'm kicking everybody's ass in that bracket.
I'm laughing. Oh, well, hold on one second. You're not kicking my ass in that bracket.
I bet you. If
You're beating
14 out of 16 teams. There's probably not many teams doing that.
You're beating me. I don't know about kicking my ass. Just relax. Don't worry.
Our bracket's in great shape. Yes. In the couple leagues that I'm in for, so I think I would love an upset here with Arizona, and I want to kind of give that play out right now because I think live you're going to be able to get a good number on Arizona. I'm seeing 10. I don't know how we're getting to 10. They're down 3. They've shot 2 of 10 since they started the game, starting 6 of 9. They're going to fire back. This is also a team that, when you get in big games like this, they'll be able to kind of shoot themselves back into it. So if you can catch 10.5, I would absolutely take Arizona. I think this game's going to come down a lot closer than experts think. So that's my first pick off the bat because I think live you're going to be able to get a good number.
So you have Arizona winning the game?
I know. I think they cover the spread. I would love. Like I said, I have Alabama beating Duke next round. So
you all know you don't like Duke.
That's what I had. Yep.
We all know you don't like Duke.
It's not that. I don't like Alabama. I hate Alabama. More so than I think any team because my brother's an Alabama fan. Never lived in Alabama, but big fan. So I hate Alabama.
All right, give us your second play, Mr. Reno Genie.
Second play.
It's not.
I can't believe I'm laughing because my son just woke up and he should not be just waking up.
Did your son make a bracket too?
Second play is going to be tomorrow as well. It's
Pulled it
going
out
to
of my
be in college basketball, and I'm going to take Ole Miss. I think this is a game where I had Ole Miss losing against UNC, but I really think I thought either of these teams could beat. I'm sorry, watching my son walk away. Either of those teams could beat Michigan State, and I don't know what it is about this Michigan State team. I know I love Tom Izzo. I think he's a great coach. I'm not really sold on this team. You're going to get 4. I think Ole Miss right now is playing with fire. They're a team that started as the 6th seed, chance to go to the Elite 8. I think Chris Beard is he's an elite coach. I think Texas might have pulled the trigger a little bit. They tried to be woke. They got out-woked because as soon as a little trouble came in with Chris Beard, they fired him because they thought that's what we're supposed to do because he got it. So let's fire him right away. Charges get dropped. He gets picked up almost immediately by Ole Miss. And Texas now just fired a coach to go to another recycled coach in Sean Miller, who I think is overrated. And Chris Beard is fantastic. So I love this matchup here. I love the skill and I love the speed of Ole Miss. I think they can cover. They might win the game. I'm going to sprinkle money line because I really do like this Ole Miss team a lot. So I'm going to sprinkle on the money line. And then I'm going to stick with, I have this thing when we get into NBA playoffs. If you follow my bets, by the way, Johnny Areno, follow me. If you follow my bets, you'll know when we get into playoff situations, I ride teams till the wheels fall off for good or bad, right? In baseball playoffs, in NBA playoffs, March Madness is much of the same. And one team I've ridden since round 1 has been Kentucky, and I'm going to continue to ride them. No Diddy all the way. Plus 4.5 against Tennessee. I understand Tennessee can score a little bit. I really like this Kentucky team. It's kind of weird because I think Arkansas got a jolt with Calipari. I think Kentucky got a jolt with Mark Pope. It's 2 programs that really got what they needed in their new coaches. And so I really like both those teams. I think getting points, I think we've seen this story with Rick Barnes, and he just can't close out big games. Rick Barnes he gets there, and he does not do well in big games. We saw him get blown out by Memphis. It's been multiple when he was with Texas, multiple years, and I was with Kevin Durant, like great teams, LaMarcus Aldridge, and he never was able to pull it off. I think we have the same situation here. I think he's going to get out-coached by Pope. I like the physicality of Kentucky, and I like their offense a little bit more. So I'm going to take the points there. Also going to catch maybe 4.5. And then the last game of the day. And this is something I rarely ever do, especially when it comes to playoffs or big games. I'm going to lay the points. I'm going to lay the points with Auburn. I think this is one of the situations in this tournament for a guy that likes underdogs and mid-majors. It just hasn't been there for us. Spreads have been covering. Favorites have been covering. So don't be too scared about the 9 points, 8.5, 9 points here. I do think Auburn is the much better team. I don't think Michigan can keep up with the speed and the athletic ability of what you're going to see at Auburn. I think the coach is great at Michigan. I think bringing Golden from that FAU run has been fantastic for them. They also went from last in the Big Ten to winning the Big Ten and getting to the Sweet 16. So I think that they are a fantastic team. I just think the physicality of what we've seen in the SEC this year, we said it last week or against St. Mary's with Alabama, right? The St. Mary's great year. They just can't compete with the athletic ability of what you're going to get from an Auburn or an Alabama. So I'm going to lay the chalk there with Auburn. I think they're the much better team. They're more rounded. They're more athletic. They can get up and down the court. And I just see Golden having trouble keeping up with that pace.
All right. Reno Johnny, ladies and gentlemen. And he's 14 for 16, and he loves himself. We love him too.
You know what? You're damn right, Errol. Yeah, because as a sports bettor, I try not to be that way because it's so inundated in the industry. But
I got to hook you up with Austin Krell.
But when you're freaking hot, you're freaking hot.
At least you don't live in your mother's basement. I mean, upstairs.
You know? I got my own house.
Yeah,
I'm in the mother's basement.
Kidding, Austin. You know, I like to throw curveballs. I'm just that good. We love Austin Krell as much as we love you, Reno Johnny, and we appreciate the time as always.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll see y'all next week. I think Wes said he'll be here next week too.
Oh, old Wesley. The bald man is back.
Wes and I can
The
celebrate
cue
Alabama in the
ball
Final
is
Four.
back.
Yeah, what?
Wes and I can celebrate when Alabama goes to the Final Four.
That's not going
But,
to happen.
but didn't he also have Michigan? I mean, not Michigan, Maryland.
No, I think Chaz had Michigan. No, West.
No, but he had Maryland.
Speedy, you never get your guys in the Final Four.
Wes also had the Alabama future. I thought it was too.
I think Wes said he had Michigan or Maryland going to Final Four. He had him going like far.
Maryland. Okay.
Because I have Florida winning it all.
Yeah, you do.
All right, Reno. We love you. We'll see you next week. Let's parlay, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little tongue twister right there, Speedy. I'm all tongue twisted tonight. I mean, Krell got me all beaten up all day, and now I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm back and I'm ready to take a dump, right, Speedy? You like the dumps? Speaking of dumps, we're waiting for Joba to get into the feed over here because we're about to do a very great and interesting segment. As Joba's probably taking a dump as we speak. So I mean, seriously, I don't know. Anyways. I will say this. I'm watching the Duke game, and it's giving me agita. I hate watching my teams play while I'm doing a live radio show. I've been doing it for years with the Jets. I watch the Knicks games, and right now it's 32-32, and Arizona has this game really, really close. I don't care.
The best one, probably the most angriest you got was the end of the Jets season in 2022 against Jacksonville.
Of course,
that Thursday night game. And then Foye Aluakid, the first time we had him on the show, mentioned that he recovered a fumble in that game.
Yeah.
I'm literally watching one of my best friends referee a Sweet 16 game, so I didn't even pay it. I was like, oh shit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this for the first time in almost 2 weeks. Maybe even 3. No, it's 2 weeks. As we call this pound for pound.
This is pound for pound.
I'm coming for you. I was going to rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal of Michigan, most ruthless champion there's ever been. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children.
Okay, guys, welcome back to another edition of Pound for Pound. Let's go to...
I pulled it out of my ass.
This one we'll go to for pound. And guys, pound for pound, we're going to change the rules a little bit to the game. It's still going to be 3 rounds, except now Joba and Errol have seen each other's lists ahead of time, and they have made 3 separate arguments for each of the 3 rounds, right? So whoever wins those rounds, and you get 90 seconds to argue something you don't like about their list, and then you get 60 seconds to defend your point. And whoever wins those points, most of them in 3 rounds, is the winner of the game. And tonight's game is a very interesting one. Yes, this is going to be obscure sports athletes of all time. So top 5 pound for pound. And I'm just going to show everyone the lists that Errol made. He put Tony Hawk, the 900 man himself, at number 1. Kelly Slater, the surfer. Shaun White, the snowboarder. Joey Chestnut, the hot dog champion. And John Brezink, who I had to look up. Errol, arm wrestling champion.
Greatest arm wrestling champion.
All right. Joba's list, it only has 1 in common. In fact, the one that is in common is exactly in common with Joey Chestnut at number 4. But Joba took Hakuho Sho, who is one of the great Yokozunas in sumo wrestling history, followed by Cale Sanderson, the amateur wrestling great, and Michael Phelps, the legendary Olympic swimmer. Joey Chestnut has said before. And then X Games legend Travis Pastrana at number 5. So in round 1, we'll start off with Joba. You got about 90 seconds, up to 90 seconds, to take a shot at Errol's list. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we got. I figured we would have 1 in common. We haven't done this yet, where we haven't had 1 in common. And obscure. It was kind of interesting to see how obscure some of these sports are, and most of these are very popular. And there were some obscure ones, as we were talking fish earlier. Like you're like, you can go to this one, but yeah, it's just so hard. Because you love all these, because it's hard for me to argue this because I love the list, because I can't do any other than the closest I would come is probably Joey Chestnut and maybe eating. But I just think the more obscure like records, but it's just this one for me was going to be really fun because I wanted it to be more like people finding out about these people that you don't know, and like that's why I tried to get into it. Like I didn't know who number 5 was either. I was typing it in before you said what it was, and so I mean obviously trendsetters in more weight and Sean White doing it in multiple sports. Like I'm not helping my cause, but it's just cool when you see athletes that are in these crazy sports and just succeed at such incredible levels and invent stuff and do stuff that's never been done before. So,
okay, not exactly sure where to go with that because you're supposed to like.
I don't have
criticize
anything,
the
but I
list.
don't have any like I can't talk bad about these people.
Well, it's not about talking bad. It's just saying they don't. You made a list. His list is different.
Yeah, there's not because I'm thinking of these people and I thought about them too, and it's like, yeah, they should all be on this list for different reasons. I don't know how to like. I'm not good at this because they're athletes, so I can't talk bad about them or say why my list is better because it's not because they're both great lists.
Okay, Errol
will be able to do it. I can just never talk bad or say what's bad about athletes. I just can't do it.
All right, so here we're gonna go, and I'm gonna be honest here. An obscure sport is a sporting activity that is not widely known or practiced, often a niche or unconventional. That is the term of it. Well, guess what? I would understand that, but why the hell is Michael Phelps on your list? Michael Phelps is a swimmer. It's known. It's not obscure. So
is skateboarding. Skateboarding's not obscure.
Yes, it is. I mean, what besides the extreme games is an Olympic sport? It's not. I mean, snowboarding is. Snowboarding is. I look at all these sports. By the way, Hoko who show? I mean, who the hell is that? I've never even heard of the fat ass. Okay. To me, I could care less what Yokozuna or whatever these guys are doing, Haka show, whatever. I don't know what he is. He's a wrestler or whatever. He's a sumo wrestler. Nobody cares about sumo wrestling in America. Kale Sanderson, he's a great wrestler. He's not even the greatest wrestler of all time. He's the greatest American wrestler. He's not the greatest wrestler of all time. And then there's Travis Pastrana. I've read about him and I know all about it. What do they call him? The Extreme Man or something like that. To me, when I look at my list, I wouldn't even put him in my top 10. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I don't think any of these guys that you want on your list, they're great. They're great at what they do. But when I look at my guys, Tony Hawk, Kelly Slater, Shaun White, Joey Chestnut, and then obviously one of the greatest, he is the greatest arm wrestler in 40 years, just dominance. I mean, I can't even argue your list to my list. So
that's what I said. I'm not good at this. You're going to win every time. So we might want to think of a new segment.
We need to get Owen.
That's what it is. The tick needs to be in here. I would think of it differently, Joba, as more like you're supporting your list.
Yeah.
Not so much attacking his list.
Listen, his list is interesting. I read about these guys, but who the hell is Hokusho Show? I mean, Hokushu Show. I've never heard of it.
I'm not gonna lie.
Like a shoe shine. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. I think my phone's autocorrect is a little racist because it kept changing Haku Show's name to something that was kind of offensive.
As long as she's using Dude Wipe to take care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
But you know what? I would say since it's not really going to be kind of anything more than an exhibition right now for this one. Let's just talk a little bit about Joey Chestnut because we actually met Joey Chestnut on Media Row.
We're going to get him on the show.
And we're going to talk to him. And he was really great. We were just in the middle of doing an interview while he was waiting. He was actually right with us for about 10 minutes, but he had to go because we were a little busy at the same time. Just bad timing. But a really nice guy. And I'll tell you what, he certainly looked like an athlete. The dude's like 6'3". He was in pretty damn good shape for a guy who's got to be around, he's probably our age, probably like late 30s, early 40s at this point. And the guy does not look like, he's not. Yeah, 41. So he's 41. He doesn't look like, they say like these guys are great athletes, these competitive eaters. I wasn't always sold on that, but then I met the guy, shook his hand, real firm handshake. I believe that guy is a real athlete, and that's the stuff that they do is unbelievable. Shout out to Joey Chestnut. Shout out to Kobayashi. If you got a chance to watch that on Netflix.
Listen, I'm only being on. It's definitely obscure. All right, because eating should not be a sport. I'm no offense to Joey Chestnut.
They have 2 leagues.
I got it. I got it. If eating is a sport,
they got a relegation league like soccer. They get sent down from like McDonald's to Taco Bell.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, you eat a fish sandwich and you're a sports, you're in sports. Come on.
Well, just think about what you're doing to your body. Like you have, it's like that's definitely a unique type of athleticism.
Who cares about what they eat and how much they can eat? I mean, what's amazing about him is how skinny he is for the amount of stuff that he eats.
Like he's in great shape.
That's about it. I mean, that's the only thing amazing about it. He's one of the ugliest guys I've ever seen too. So I'm just speaking the truth, but I'm not taking shots at Joey. Joey is special at what he does. I just don't call it a sport. That's why it's obscure. So that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, for me, it's like when you look at it and it's like, okay, yeah. But like some of the stuff that they actually like eat, and it's like, there's just, I mean, 43 pepperoni rolls, a canteen sandwich. I don't know what that is.
Do you want to try eating it?
He had 61.5 pork rolls.
Wow. I don't know how you call this a sport. I mean, they can eat. They can devour food.
I just said sports athletes.
I got it. I'm just saying.
You guys both picked them for the first credit.
Yeah, because it's unique because it's obscure. I mean, to think that he is a sports guy, it's obscure to think that, but he is.
And this is what I told him when I met him. I was like, dude, I remember every July 4th. When I was younger in college, you'd wake up kind of like hungover, or you're just like getting ready to start drinking. And what's on? Joey Chestnut and the hot dog Nathan's contest down in Coney Island.
I just loved when he showed up and he beat Kobayashi. That's the Kobayashi.
Smoked him. He smoked him.
That was the only thing I liked about it because Kobayashi was like impossible to beat. Everybody thought this guy was impossible to beat. And this guy came out of nowhere and just completely dominated him. And then did it back-to-back years. And then did it.
He's only lost one year, and that was like 2015. He hasn't lost. He's only lost once.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I would love to have him on and ask him like about the type of training that he has to do. You know what I mean? Like you can't just go in cold to something like that, right?
A lot of eating. That's pretty
well, I mean, like I'm kind of curious to see what kind of running and gym stuff he does. I bet he eats real clean. Besides, like
I doubt
to do that.
I doubt it. There's no way that man eats clean. There's no way.
Maybe we'll get a chance to ask him. The rest of the guys on the list, Cael Sanderson might also go down as one of the greatest wrestling coaches of all time. Yes. I believe four years in a row now, the NCAA champions in wrestling, Penn State, with Cael Sanderson as their coach. Since he took over, just straight through the roof for those guys. So
he's not the greatest freestyle wrestler.
We couldn't catch him. We were second this year.
There's a guy in Russia. I can't pronounce his name. Buvasar Sativ. This guy is the greatest all-around wrestler of all time. Dominant. 9-time world level gold medalist champion. I mean, this guy was a dominant force. Now, I'm not saying if you want to look at America, yes, but that's the only reason why I wouldn't put him on my list. I look at the best of the best, the guys that they're the greatest at what they did. I just don't think he's the greatest. He's the greatest American at what he did. He was undefeated. I looked at him. I think he was like 150-0, as a freestyle wrestler. So yeah, it's remarkable what he did. Yeah. And United States history, he's the greatest, but worldwide, I beg to differ. So that's why I wouldn't put him on my list.
You know what? I thought it was an interesting competition. We'll try to do something where we're not insulting athletes. I think
I'm not insulting anybody. I'm not insulting.
No, no, it's not about I agree, Errol, and that's what I'm trying to say, Job. We'll come up with one that I think is a little bit more competitive next time.
Here's my list. Go back to my list. This is why I put them. This is why I put these guys in order. All right. Tony Hawk revolutionized skateboarding. He put skateboarding on the map. He is what skateboarding is now become worldwide. And that's why I put him there. He changed the game. And now, I mean, they made movies about him. They have him in skateboarding movies as a fill-in because of who he is and what he stands for when it comes to skateboarding. Everybody in the world, everybody knows LeBron James and Michael Jordan. Everybody in the world knows who Tony Hawk is.
You know why I think people also know Tony Hawk? He has one of maybe the top 5 greatest video games of all time that named after him.
I don't play video
that series, that game. That was another thing. Like as a kid, you did the music for the game. Everyone knew the soundtrack of that game. That game was everywhere.
You could bring Goody in. I mean, Kelly Slater. Kelly Slater is the greatest surfer of all time, and he's done it in decades. Decades. I remember when I first saw him on 90210. Does anybody remember him on 90210? Everybody
He's a Florida boy, born and raised in Cocoa.
That guy is the greatest. I mean, look at his numbers. I want to bring up his numbers of greatness. 11-time world champion. 11-time world champion, WSL championship tour, 56 wins, 3-time Triple Crown surfing champion, 8-time Pipeline Masters champion, 6-time Hurley Pro champion, 6-time Quick Style Pro gold medalist, 5-time Billabong Pro champion. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on and on. When you talk about surfers that dominated the sport as long as he did, and still does, by the way, still does it.
He's a scratch golfer.
Yeah, he's incredible.
That guy's an absolute legend. But you did say something earlier, Errol, that wasn't true when you were trying to do a takedown.
What was it?
Skateboarding is an Olympic sport. It's been through two Summer Olympics.
All right,
Surfing is as well. So I mean, obscure. Maybe this is more on me. I used the term obscure because I couldn't think of a better term. I was just saying not major sport. And I
would have put. I'd argue.
What you should have put on there was the sport that they have to hit the balloon in the air and they can't let it drop and hit the floor. That's a sport. Dodgeball's a sport.
Dodgeball's for real. The one that
what's that one that's is spike ball on
spike ball?
I like what's the game? Where's the? How about the game in the Olympic ice when they
curling?
I mentioned that.
Abba was talking to that with me. The one that I said though, no one said Jim Thorpe in lacrosse, and that is a legendary American folklore.
Hold on. Shaun White changed surfing, and he brought skateboard. I mean, this is the only
snowboarding.
He's the only athlete to compete in the Extreme Games and the Olympics in the same year, okay? And won a gold medal in both of them. So Shaun White, right there.
Yeah,
and this guy, John Bearsneck, whatever. I've heard about this guy. All right. I've heard many stories about this guy. He has been arm wrestling since the early 1980s, and he's still wrestling. He's still arm wrestling at the age of 60, and he's winning. Okay. This guy's the greatest arm wrestler. He won for 2 decades. I know everybody says there are arguments that he wasn't undefeated in 2 decades. The guy won 25 bouts in a row. Okay. Arm wrestling is not easy. That's why I put him there. I mean, I read about this guy. He's unbelievable. He's the greatest arm wrestler of all time. You can't even argue that. And arm wrestling is become a big sport. I was going to go with slap boxing. You know, what was that? Slap shit? Whatever the hell that thing is called, but it's not old enough yet to put.
Yeah, it hadn't been around long enough.
Yeah, so but these guys, Kelly Slater changed the game. Tony Hawk changed the game. Shaun White changed the game. We all know, obviously, Chestnut, if we call it a sport, changed the game. And then this guy, who's the greatest arm wrestler. There it is. This thing is crazy. Look at this crap.
It is out of control. That stuff.
They only get paid like $5,000 to like win or something. It's
like sponsored by CTE.
Yeah.
Like this is like the worst.
Sponsored by Antonio Brown.
Like, look at this.
That's scary.
Who signs up for this?
Have you seen the one with the women where they smack their butts?
Yes, that's in like Europe or something, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not smacking anybody's butt.
No, it's two chicks just slapping each other on the ass. That's it.
Oh, man, I want to be a part of that. If it's a man and a woman, I'll be slapping some ass. Why not? I mean, that would be cool. I'd be
a different kind of sport, I guess.
Well, listen. eventually Speedy will create a sport, of or diving in it is, right, Speedy? What about diving in it? What do you think?
Nope, you just made my nipples hard.
Anyways, USC's women's basketball superstar Juju Watkins tore her ACL in the right knee in USC's second round win against Mississippi State. Watkins was a top 5 in the nation and averaging 23.9 points per game this season, and was second best last season at 27.1 points per game, right behind Caitlin Clark. She also is second all time in total points scored in her first 2 seasons, only behind Kelsey Mitchell. USC fans booed Mississippi State players every time they touched the ball after Juju was injured, despite the injury being a non-contact injury. Carmelo Anthony on his podcast took shots at the WNBA, saying that they have to get their act together if they want a star like Juju to play for them soon, especially following this injury. USC is the number 1 seed in a Sweet 16 and will face the number 5 Kansas State in their next matchup. First of all, I got to say something to Carmelo Anthony. All right. First of all, Carmelo, you have a superstar in the WNBA. You have a superstar that has brought $1 billion to the game of the WNBA. And you have a superstar that just got a $4 million contract, first time in WNBA history when it comes to shoe deals. And now you have got girls like Reese, having her own hamburger. She's all over these, she's over the GQ magazine. She's all over the place. Why? Because of Caitlin Clark. Now, I'm not taking shots at Juju, okay? I think Juju is a nice player. She's special. She's not Caitlin Clark. Okay, I'm speaking the truth here. When you see what Caitlin Clark has done for the WNBA, Juju is going to be a star because of Caitlin Clark. I'm just speaking the truth. Caitlin Clark has brought the WNBA right to the forefront. Now, when you look, I have a Caitlin Clark jersey. I bought it. I told you, Goody, I was going to buy one.
You got it.
I got it. I'll wear it. I wore it on the show. Well, I can't wear it.
How about you put it on right now and take that white beater off?
Listen, because it doesn't show up on here because it's yellow and it has like a bad tint to it. But it's a beautiful jersey, by the way.
The Guardians jerseys never have that problem.
Shut up, Speedy. Honest to God, you look at the facts here. Juju is a special player, but Carmelo and everybody else in the WNBA has some hatred for Caitlin Clark. I don't get it. I don't get it. She has done wonders for the WNBA, and she's even going to bring in more fans to those NBA games when she's there. If you hear that Caitlin Clark's going to the game and she's going to be sitting on the sidelines, what do you think people are going to want to do? They're going to want to buy. They're going to want to buy tickets and watch the game to see what Caitlin. Yeah, absolutely does. She changes women basketball, and it opens up opportunities for Juju and Reese and all these other new up and coming superstars to have the opportunity to make a tremendous amount of money. It's a trend, and I'm sorry. There's a lot of W and ex NBA players. That's not just Carmelo Anthony saying it on his podcast. There are other NBA players like what's his name again, who carried a gun in his locker room and he got Gilbert Arenas. Gilbert Arenas was on his show recently and said that Juju is the greatest women's college basketball player of all time. And I looked at him and I said, what? I mean, no offense to Juju. If you look at the numbers right now, in the tournament right now for the women's tournament for the Sweet 16. If you look at the numbers, they're a million down right now, and I doubt they're going to reach 18 million people in the championship game. 18.7 million people watched the national championship game. By the way, there were more people watching the national championship game in that series for the WNBA, for the women's than they were of the men's. That tells you how big Caitlin Clark is and how much she draws for women and women's basketball. Everybody wants to be here. You don't think Juju has respect for her? And behind closed doors, I think Reese does too. And Diana Taurasi, for all the things that she said and what she brings to the table, if it wasn't for Caitlin Clark, the WNBA probably would be gone in the next 3 to 4 years. There was no money coming in. They weren't getting TV deals. They weren't getting a new deal. And who's getting the deals now? Who's bringing in the money for them? Caitlin Clark. And by the way, the Heat, the Fever, whatever they call themselves, the Indiana Fever.
Indiana Fever.
Indiana Fever was the worst team in WNBA basketball that year. I think that year before they had Caitlin Clark, I think they won like 10 games or 9
they
games.
also the number 1 pick the year before. They drafted the Aaliyah Ball.
And they still were the worst team in the WNBA. And then they get Caitlin Clark, and then they make the playoffs. And Caitlin Clark was getting more triple doubles in the second half than any WNBA player ever had. Okay, so what does that tell you about Caitlin Clark? Not only does she have game, she brings in and she puts fannies in the seats. And by the way, when she was playing, when you were going to watch Caitlin Clark, even here in Brooklyn, do you know what the tickets were selling for? $400 a piece. It doesn't matter where you were sitting. Good luck trying to get tickets to see Caitlin Clark. She puts fannies in the seats. So to bring up that Juju Watkins and the WNBA better hope this and better hope that and better do this and better do that. I'm not saying anything. I think Juju's a special player. She's not Caitlin Clark.
No. Now, again, everyone's saying that she's better. She's not better, but she definitely is probably one of the top 10 offensive players. At least
she's special.
We've seen. And again, this kind of injury could be devastating for her because you're looking for those like dynamic scorers coming into the WNBA now. Because outside of her and probably Paige Beckers in the same quadrant of the region, like a lot of the other good women's basketball teams have good bigs. Like that's the way they're built now. So there's not that dynamic scorers. And I'm sure the women's basketball was looking for her to a USC UConn potential for those ratings. Those ratings are going to be completely shot now. And yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to get it. And I think for that reason, like the Caitlin Clark effect is real. And USC embraced that kind of thing this year by branding her. Obviously at USC, it's in LA. They got better ratings than their men's team this year because their men's team had a new coach, Eric Musselman. Not a bad coach, good coach with Arkansas, but
very good.
But they had a bunch of transfer portals. It was first year in the Big Ten. It was hard for them, but their women's game, they branded that. You think that would have happened 3 years ago in that same proximity if Caitlin Clark didn't have the impact she did? I don't think so. And Juju is a tremendous talent, a little taller. I guess you're probably a little better inside, but again, Caitlin Clark is still a better shooter, still a better scorer. So for Carmelo Anthony and like you said, Gilbert Arenas to take shots at that, that's a little bit of a stretch there, but let's hope she can recover well. It's definitely a brutal injury. She's obviously not going to go into the draft this year because of that. She's going to wait another year. Why not with the NIL money she could make too? Because she got some good ones already at USC, and it's a big market as it is. So let's hope she could recover and get to that top part of the game again.
Well, yeah, and you're kind of seeing it, and and to your point, I think Paige Beckers, she was one kind of that started the NIL stuff a little bit before Caitlin Clark.
Yep.
So I mean,
it's not as big of a market with UConn.
Right. But she was kind of the one that started like the first ever like NIL deal for women because she bought all of her teammates' shoes and everything. And then, she has a devastating injury. So
two
of them. It was like one was an ankle and one was the knee, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, she kind of led the way too in a certain aspect. But what it is, it's like, it's just bringing different eyes. Like I was fortunate enough that I got to see Caitlin Clark a bunch because obviously Iowa, Nebraska. So, we didn't have to pay for the $400 tickets, but now she's earned that right. And I'm not saying there wasn't greats before her and the Lisa Leslies and the Tarasis and the Lobos and all them because there were, but it's a different day and age. It's just it just happens that way. And to not give credit where credit's due and the things that she's done, like who's the running back and he just says whatever he wants now. I saw him on a TikTok and
they all do.
Yeah. And he was like reading off attendance numbers. And it got to when they played the Fever and it was like
stop showing chest, man. What are you doing over there? What are you getting ready to,
He's on a Chippendales ad right now.
It seems like it's what's going on over there.
All about eyeballs.
Oh, I'm sure.
So it's just
pull that shirt off, Earl. Let me see them big areolas.
Actually, I don't have big areolas, so I actually have nice, beautiful areolas.
Oh Lord,
they're beautiful.
Yeah,
They're nice and sexy, and they look good.
As we're talking about women's basketball. Okay, that makes sense.
It's funny that like you guys are literally just talking about each other. It's hilarious. I'll say this: Juju Watkins. I keep wanting to say Juju Smith-Schuster, but Juju Watkins. Her stats are interesting. Like obviously, she's a great player. She's a volume shooter. She only shoots like 32.5% from three in her career.
She's a lot like Iowa, though. They didn't have much other depth.
No, I understand. Just keep this in mind, like who she is. She's a really good foul shooter, so you know the shooting stroke is there. But she's a big volume shooter, and she does a lot for their team. She's worth, she's a first-team All-American as a freshman. She will be again this year. She may be Player of the Year as well this year, and she was supposed to be the next one, right? Caitlin Clark is the footsteps that she's supposed to follow, and she's only a sophomore. It's not like she's leaving early to get the money in the WNBA. I don't think that's ever happening. So
she did win one National Player of the Year this year.
Is it official?
It was the Riders one. I think there's a couple of them.
The Basketball Reference doesn't have it up yet, so I think they're waiting for the other one.
Yeah.
But I'll say this: she's should be that person. But Errol, we were talking about this when it happened.
Yep.
Now we see a lot of men coming back from torn ACLs, coming back full power. It's just another injury. I think Adrian Peterson came back in 6 months and ran.
I didn't want to take this away from you. That's why I wanted you to say.
No, I appreciate it, but I don't think women recovery of ACLs are at the same level as men. And that makes that's really sad if she can't come back from this, because she's just scratching the surface of the type of player she's going to be. She's a 25. She's already a 25.5 point in her career player. 7 rebounds as a guard, a little bigger guard, 3.5 assists. She's well on her way. Her turnovers were down a turnover and a half from the year before, which is something that Caitlin Clark actually struggled more with in college than she is. We just really hope for the best for her. It's really a shame to see it, even if you're not a huge women's basketball fan. You just want to see greatness and someone trying to get there, and she was certainly on the way. So let's hope she can get back on that path.
Well, especially at this time of the year too. Like
second round,
like pouring salt in the wound, and it's like you're trying to grind and show what it is. And
I did see something interesting about her before this. So she was watching I think it was the end of the first round. She was watching a game with Jaden Daniels and his mother and hanging out. Again, seems like they may be something that's brewing or whatever. It was going to be one of those that could have been a couple of the year type of a situation. Maybe it still will be.
It's good.
But it's just sad. Wish her the best.
Women are 6 to 8 more times likely to tear their ACLs, and once you tear one, you're more likely to tear the other one.
My son's girlfriend did it back to back in a left and the right.
Yep. There you go. That's going to be something difficult for her to overcome when it comes to the draft. If you're a DM and you're looking at that,
I don't think it's going to make a difference. She's going to be number one if she goes into the draft this year.
She's not going to go in for 2 years. She's a sophomore, so she still has a real good chance.
Women's basketball is different from that. So.
Yeah.
So
it's all the same. They either have to be a junior or 21 years old.
Right.
Well,
I will say
you have to be healthy, and
the
chances of her tearing the other one, it's just the facts are very high.
I've seen it.
Well, I will say this: how old is Cooper Flagg? Cooper Flagg is going to play 1 year. Is going to go right into the NBA. I think he's like 18 years old. So
yeah, the rules are different.
It's different. It's different. I'm going to say this: if she was going into this year's draft, she's the predominant number 1 draft pick. I don't care, knee or no knee. She's the best player
100%.
in the WNBA. She's going 1 no matter who's drafting her, because you're going to take a chance with somebody like that. But she's not Caitlin Clark, and I don't know why Carmelo Anthony is opening his mouth. This is the problem when you have a podcast and you have people listening to you. You're going to say whatever you want, and it's shameful that nobody gives Caitlin Clark enough credit for what she's done for the WNBA. It's horrible. I don't get it. What is the hatred for this girl? I don't know what she's done to anybody besides
Juju,
go out there and play the
to
game.
cut you off, Errol. Juju can't get in. To be eligible in the WNBA draft, players must at least be 22 years old during the draft year. If you're an international player, you have to be at least 20.
Interesting. I think it's better for them anyways with the NIL deal. So they're going to make more money in the NIL deal.
Again, the other problem, I think this is where
you don't want to leave college.
Mello is getting at too, is the fact that the WNBA, like their funding is not very good. It only increased this year, but remember we were talking about Caitlin Clark playing in the Big Three.
Why did it?
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying we were talking about Caitlin Clark playing in the Big Three because it was going to be more than a rookie contract.
Listen to this. The Brooklyn Nets they have not sold out a game yet this year.
What a great record.
And Caitlin Clark went there twice and sold out the whole stadium. You couldn't get a ticket, and they were selling tickets for $400 to $500. Just think about that.
So,
Caitlin
Errol,
Clark,
I want to get you upset for a second. Who do you think Caitlin Clark models her game after?
Steph Curry. I know.
Yeah, your favorite.
I know.
Your favorite.
I got it.
People want to see that kind of basketball.
Whatever. It's me. That's not why I respect Caitlin Clark. I get upset when people don't give somebody. I give Steph Curry when credit is due. I listen. I loved him in Davidson. I just think he hurt the game of basketball. Him and Klay Thompson hurt the game of basketball, bringing this chucking three thing. Now every team is doing it. It doesn't make the game better. As a matter of fact, look at the numbers. The game is 40%. 40%. It's 40% down right now. And why? Because nobody cares about the regular season. That's why when Austin Krell came up and he said, "Well, look what he's done in the regular season," nobody gives a shit. So
that's why there's so many college basketball fans, right? You watch, especially Michigan. This is why I love Michigan.
That's the third time I cursed on this show because Austin makes me feel that way. Okay,
he certainly got under your skin. I'll say I like the Michigan 2 towers they have because it reminds me of old school basketball. That's what you get in college now. You get more of what we used to see when we were younger, Errol. When you had like 2 forwards lined up in the block every time. The power forwards in the low block, the centers, working out on the other side, working from the baseline in. And you have, 3 guards maybe outside, maybe one's inside the top of the key. Now it's 5 out because of Steph Curry. And it's not the same.
The big man was so very important to the offense and how they ran their offense through the pick and roll. Now they're still playing the pick and roll, but what are they doing? They're playing it up top. Why? Because they're shooting threes. It ruins the game. I don't care what anybody says. You can argue whatever you want to say. And by the way, we'll probably cut this. So cut this for once. And I want people to understand this. If you actually think basketball is better right now for all these younger fans, maybe for fantasy, if that's what you want to play. As far as a fan of the game of basketball, all the veteran, older fans that have been watching basketball for 25, 30 years, guys like Joba, who's 38 years old, guys like me that sat there when I was a kid watching the New York Knicks play with guys like John Stark, who obviously loved to chuck up threes and brick, and then have guys like Patrick Ewing that was a bricklayer too, but he stood for something for NBA basketball. He created the Twin Tower effect. I think basketball is not like that anymore. I think it's a really a bad product. And if the NBA doesn't figure this out soon, as big as it is internationally, it's going to go away because now you're seeing football become more of an international sport. Now baseball is coming back again where it's going to take over internationally, as we are seeing right now with all these Dominican players and all these other players coming from all these different countries. And by the way, even soccer is becoming bigger now because of all the different people that want to get scholarships and all that other stuff. So I'm not saying it's going to be bigger than basketball, but I think Adam Silver has really dropped the ball on this. As much as the CBA's up right now and the money is coming. So I just disagree. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got analytics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now it's analytics.
I want everybody together to go ahead and say penis, 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 vagina, vagina, vagina.
Yes, we love that.
We are back again for another quality educational experience. Yes, it is analytics.
Slide it right in.
If you are unfamiliar with the game, Errol, you are going to get a question.
Just made my nipples hard.
About a term you don't know. That's a sports analytical term.
Today
Today it's
as
going
long
to
as
be
she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
We got to take that away from him.
It's going to definitely be about baseball.
Would
for
you rather
opening
me give it
day.
to Tommy who never pressed it? Come on, man. Please.
You're going to get some fecal matter on those if Tommy pressing those
Right.
buttons.
Pulled it out of my ass.
That was good. That might be the best one tonight. So we're gonna have 3 hints. Speedy has a term he has to guess. Errol has a term he has to guess, but the terms are not the same. We know Errol is not a advanced analytical czar over
No,
here.
I'm not.
He is someone who is more of a traditionalist, an eye test man. He knows his sports because he knows them. So he doesn't know some of these newfangled terms that Speedy's well aware of, and he's going to try to educate him on one. He's going to have 3 guesses with 3 hints from Speedy to get it right, and then use it correctly in a sentence, which seems to be a struggle at times for Mr. Morris.
Thank you.
On the other side of the token, Speedy does know all these terms, but we have to give him a term that he would struggle with. So this term is something that Speedy generally says is some gross sexual crap. Yes, this is a sexual innuendo, and he has the same amount of guesses to get it right. Now, whoever gets it right in the fewest amount of guesses and uses it in a sentence is the winner of the game. Boys, are you ready to play tonight's game of analytics?
Let's hit it.
99% of the world would too.
All right, I'm going to get the music going for Speedy. Speedy, big reveal. What's the analytical term? Analytical
All
term
right,
of the
so
day.
it is baseball this week, and on our opening day, we have XFIP, so XFI pitch.
XFIP. Wild guess round. What do you got?
I have no idea. Something pitch. I would say P is pitch, right?
It's right around there, yes.
Percentage.
No, pitch, you're on the right track. It's,
Okay.
it's just a different variation of the word.
Fast. Right? Is it fast? No, I'm done. Okay. Next step.
You've got as Speedy said, a variation of the word pitch for the P. Nothing else yet. All right, so now we're going to flip the script. Errol,
You ready,
for the big
Speedy?
reveal of the analytical term of the night.
All right, here it is, Speedy. Here it is. Creamy.
Oh boy, I have to go there. You had to bring all this crap up in the car. Oh god. All right, I'm gonna go with the action of pus that comes out of your ass and then goes into your mouth.
What?
No.
What?
Everybody sees we have the deal in one of these corners, right? We all just so that people are aware we have it. It's right. It's right. It's right there. We have that.
No,
Speedy.
Speedy, that's not correct. It's
You
a
know
good
what I
effort.
tried to do? I just want to let everybody know. Today, I kind of fed it to him because I wanted to
Oh,
see
you
his
did,
reaction
huh?
to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not the word you should have used in that.
Good Lord.
That's
I
oh.
tried to, but he was lost in translation right there. But that's okay, Speedy. That was probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard you say.
Yes, that was definitely.
What?
Oh.
All
I don't
right.
even know how to give
Time
that.
for-
Bro, that
time
gave
for
me
the first
goosebumps.
Speedy, give us a clue on XFIP for Errol.
All right, so in order for a pitcher to maximize to get the best out of something, you would want to do it while you're relying on just yourself and not having to rely on hoop.
That's actually a pretty good clue.
It's a very good clue.
So it's yourself, so it's independent.
Independent is correct. Up to the eye. Very good.
Give me a hint on X.
No, it's not actually a word that starts with X. It's a different that.
Think about it like that's just a certain type of it. That has nothing to do with what it.
It's a similar word to approximate.
I'll allow it. That sounds about right to me.
Approximate?
It's a similar type of word to that.
I don't know.
All right.
I don't got it.
All right, but you got another letter. You got independent and something close to the word pitch, probably tensed differently in the English language. All right. Going back the other way, Errol.
Let me lock it in.
Time to give a clue to Speedy.
It squirts.
Okay.
I gotta go to bed.
It probably would be smart. Before you get nightmares, think about what the hell this could be.
Oh, we know what it is.
We
I don't
actually
think it
all
would be
know this one.
necessarily nightmares as it would be wet dreams.
I'm sure Goody doesn't want to.
That's a good clue. That's a good ancillary clue.
Okay. Sports.
Use your context clues, Speedy.
That was the teacher coming out and fish.
All right.
Read.
So I'm gonna say it's not. So it's not from that part of your body. So I'm gonna go with some mouth-to-mouth action more. Let's say it is. No, not saliva. Let's say it's like a giant spitball that instead of it being just water, it's more creamy. And then there's sexual intercourse involved with them, like just making out at the same time. I don't know.
No, but that is an interesting train of
Bro,
thought.
where does your mind go?
So, Speedy, I'm gonna say, I think you're trying to create like a scene from a movie, and it's just the definition of a term. You know, so I think sometimes less is more. Let's try to get a little bit more direct with our next one. But Errol is getting closer than you right now, Speedy. So you need to give him a clue. Let's see if he can get better. But we really got to step up our game in the next round, round 2.
All right. So the other players that are in the lineup that aren't pitchers are considered what?
Fielders.
Yep. So that's again like the P, kind of a closer variation of, not exactly right, but it's that variation of that word.
Put it all together.
Independent.
Independent was right. You got that one right already.
Just say what you said. See if it makes sense.
Just read the 3 of them up together.
Fielding, independent, pitching. That's it.
That's the 3, and then you have X.
The X
is the first word.
Lowercase x for the record.
Right. It's not actually a word that starts with X.
The X is the second letter of the word.
Correct.
Do I get another guess after this?
Yeah, you do.
Extraordinary?
That would be an interesting spat. Who's got the most extraordinary independent pitching? No, that's not it. We are getting closer now. Time to go back for another clue on Creamy.
All right, Speedy. Okay. When a woman creams. When a woman creams.
Oh, God.
So that was like a sentence that he used, and that's like a gift.
I really gave you a gift.
That's a gift. That's like a.
God.
You should.
You gotta think. You gotta think.
Where
You
are
gotta
you?
think.
I'm not describing where you're going with this, but I have a bad feeling.
I'm getting canceled.
This
Think
is
of
what's going to do it for you, Goody.
Think of an orifice.
Speedy's always thinking that way, Joba. We know this. Usually the wrong
That
one.
means it has to involve milk. It's involving that part of your body.
What is
Continue. We're gonna need an answer, Speedy.
this? Can't be serious.
So let's say it's creaming. So how about a woman aggressively swinging her breasts at a man's face?
Can you explain to me what aggressively swinging?
Can you explain to me what goes on in your brain?
I'm not going there because it's a joke that he wants me to make, and I'm not going to.
Okay. Well, you know what? That was a valiant effort. I think you're still trailing Errol Marks right now. Errol is going to have to figure out the X part of XFIP. Speedy, last clue for Errol.
All right. So the X term is something that is considered a relative or approximate value, and it's based on what is supposed to happen. What is supposed to happen in the term is in a league average with a league average ballpark.
What was supposed to happen? Another word for what is supposed to happen.
It is
The
blank.
letter is an X.
And you have, and it's the second letter.
X
in the
is the second letter in this word.
It's blank to rain on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I got it. Expect it.
All right, we got the correct answer once again from Errol Marks, but we are at that point once again, Errol, where you have to use it.
This one will be tough
in a sentence, and don't just try to define it. Just think of a pitcher on the Yankees and their XFIP.
Devin Williams. I can't. It's
Devin Williams is XFIP.
XFIP is one of the best in all of baseball.
That is a sentence.
Because
he's one of the best relief pitchers. I don't know.
No, I would say that's not why. Speedy, just explain what the stats used for real quick.
It actually averages out.
I'm not very good
ballpark
at that.
factors. So regular fielding independent pitching factors in your own ballpark. This is a league average ballpark. So it basically initiates
like league average for the home runs and
right for home runs and for fly balls. It factors into. So somebody that doesn't allow a lot of either one of those would have a high rating in XFIP based on league average ballpark factors.
Yeah, and a league average defense behind you as well is the other thing. So if you have like a really crummy defense, you're gonna end up with a worse, ERA. Guys aren't getting to balls as much, things like that. As opposed to a good fielding team, you might make a pitcher who's okay look really great. So that's how you would use it, especially if you're a fantasy baseball player. Well, Speedy, Errol solved it, but he could not use it in a sentence. So that's all you need to do is to solve it and just get a partial sentence correct. Are you ready for your last opportunity, Errol?
No idea.
You've given him good clues. He's not close yet. Maybe he can get it now.
Here's the easiest way. It discharges out of
Can we save that sound as the new sound for the drop? 410. That's all.
Okay. All right. That would be the best way to explain it.
All right, Speedy. He's giving you some good clues.
I believe him. I don't know any of these freaking things.
And we all know that you took health class, I think in 6th grade.
Not what I was saying. It's not what I was saying before. What else?
It doesn't come out of your butt or kidneys.
It's not from aggressively swinging.
No. I know. I
hold on. Let me think. Speedy, what were you saying right there? What were you saying?
I'm trying to think what other liquid would come out of a woman. It's not what I described before, and it's not from
It's not from a pussy butthole.
Yeah, I know. So,
That's right. That was
what
your
else
first
would-
guy.
Just think.
What else would be creamy? Like, I don't think it's blood. Like, that doesn't make sense. Trying to what other liquid would come out?
We're gonna need an answer, Speedy.
The aggressive, not aggressive. All right, squirting milk out of your breast into a dude's mouth.
Oh, Speedy. Unfortunately, tonight's winner for you is Errol Marks once again. Congratulations.
I can't put a sentence together, but I still win.
Errol, I think you're gonna have to explain this one to him. I'm not gonna do the justice of it right now.
All right, Speedy. You know what a vagina is? What comes out of a vagina?
Crap.
Yeah, but besides
Gross crap.
what comes out of a woman when she gets excited?
Sexual crap.
Sexual. It's a cream, okay, a lubricant, okay.
Oh my gosh.
Alright. So there is the cream, right? And it's clear, it's watery, and it's
Good he left.
okay? So now, what do you think it is now?
Creamy and watery?
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's cum, okay, dude? It comes out of a woman. It squirts. That's what it is. That's what it is. It is a fluid that comes out of a woman and it squirts. Where do you come up with breast milk and whatever the hell you were thinking? Blood? Come on,
Creamy.
man.
I mean, I guess I could see it a little bit.
Jesus,
It's not like 1% or 2%. He's going full.
He wants
you
whole
know,
milk.
Whole milk.
Oh my God. The fact that you brought up breast milk and milk
Half and half.
cream
And creamy butt and a pussy butthole.
in a pussy butthole. I mean, come on, man. I mean, there's something disgusting about that. I mean,
Hence gross sexual crap.
Gross
That's
sexual
not-
crap.
That's not gross sexual crap. That's just gross from your mouth, man. I want to throw up. That's why Joba was gagging because I gave you the
That was
answer.
Java.
That was the
Java's
answer.
been there.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, would you actually put your mouth to it? You. Well, you did. You did.
Ew.
You did.
Ew.
All right. I mean, it's actually pretty interesting. You know,
Congratulations.
it's you're learning how to think of a woman. So
Ew.
maybe that's why you don't want to sleep with a woman.
Ew.
Is that why you don't want to sleep with a woman?
Ew.
He's shaking. He doesn't even want to think about it.
Speedy,
Java,
this is just kind of anatomy, dude.
the birds
you
and the
know?
bees, man. The birds and the bees. You know? Do you want me to teach you the
No.
birds and the bees? No.
I don't. I'm not taking anything from you. More legitimate than your Moses DNA test.
I don't care.
Oh my goodness.
Smothering.
Oh, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our show. What a show.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you to Mr. Krell, as always, for pissing me off, but we love you. Keep doing your thing, man. I really do enjoy every time you come on the show and give us your takes. And even though the 76ers suck and Philadelphia is not what we call the greatest place to ever go to, we still love you, man. Krell is definitely a nice little codfish. Anyways, thank you to Mr. Austin Krell for joining us. Thank you to Reno Johnny for giving us his Let's Parlay. Owen is enjoying his son's football game, or enjoyed his son's football game. Probably took him out to pizza or something like that after the game. So so we'll have Owen back on Monday. And again, he reached out to me today and he told me Thursdays is his son's football. I said, you just come in when you want. He said, I want to get him more involved when the football season starts. He doesn't really want to get into baseball, and that's why we have two former baseball players on the show. But he knows baseball. He's just not a big fan of it. So shout out to Owen. And also shout out to all the fans. All the people that listen to us and download and do all the stuff that they do. We really appreciate you guys, and keep up doing what you're doing, and putting the time into listening to some of the craziest takes in sports entertainment, and whatever you guys don't like, well, F you too. Anyways, that's all I'm going to say. But anyways, we'll be back on Monday, I'm sure. Speedy, we have any guests yet?
Not for Monday. We do have one for Thursday next week. Former Chiefs and Eagles tight end Jason Dunn will be joining us again.
I'm working on Monday.
9:00 on Thursday.
Joba's working on Monday, so we might have somebody on Monday from Joba. But by the way, just so everybody knows, it looks like this Duke game is about over.
I was just going to say they're starting to pull away.
You know, Duke did the thing that they did last round where they went crazy at the last few minutes of the half, took a 7-point lead, and then just blew it away in the second half.
Yeah,
it's already 20 points.
Cooper Flagg hit a 3 at the buzzer.
Dude, it's going to be very hard to beat this team because they go on these spurts where they're just impossible to catch. That's why Alabama's going to have problems with them. So I just, as good as Alabama is offensively, I just think Duke is going to find a way to pull away in the game.
They hit 25 threes today, blowing out the record in a game for the NCAA tournament by like 4 or 5. Just ridiculous numbers today by that Alabama. And Nate Oates, great coach.
They play BYU, who don't play defense. Okay?
That is true.
So I'm just letting you guys know. And this game is over. So anyways, we really appreciate all the fans, and Speedy, keep up, man. I mean, feel the cream. Cream, get on top. Cream, don't you stop. You know that song, right?
I do, but I don't want to think about it right now.
What do you think he was talking about?
True.
This guy, what is he talking about? I mean, come on, Speedy, think about it. Anyways, that's it for our show. We'll be back on Monday. As Goody almost threw up, Joba gagged, and I just don't understand it. But and then Fish is just wondering where the hell we are. Anyways,
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.